On my side, the stream is fine. Alright. On my side, the stream is fine. Like, nothing dropped. Everything was good. Twitch, please sort your fucking shit out. Like, oh my god. Can we just not have this happen every goddamn stream? Every goddamn stream. Can we just not have that, please? Because it happened yesterday, it happened the day before yesterday. It's just consistently. Twitch just goes, oh, screw you, fuck off. I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's not even my internet, Fairstar. That's the big issue here. My internet is fine. On my side, it's streaming. Twitch is going, no, fuck off. We're not going to... We don't want you to stream. It's like, oh, but isn't this your entire stick? I'm like, nah. You know, we don't need streamers. Go make videos or some crap. Fairstar, I'll definitely be watching the Preach video. But okay, so to continue the point that I was making. So you now have so many more things that require attention. Gamers nowadays want things that they can do within a very short amount of time. Look at, sadly, I'm going to use the mobile gaming industry as an example here. Look at the vast majority of mobile games. The vast majority of mobile games is a hurry up and wait kind of gaming system. You do a couple of things, it takes you about 10 minutes, and then there's like 2-3 maybe days that you have to wait for research to finish before you'll be able to do another couple of things. So the games are designed in such a way that you can basically play them in bite sizes. Because people are busy. They don't have the time to sit there and just no-life a single video game. World of Warcraft, sadly, have never caught up on this. World of Warcraft is still doing the exact same thing that it has always done. Like, literally doing the exact same thing that it has always done. So when people say, dude, maybe you're the one who's changed, World of Warcraft is still the same, they're not wrong. They are not wrong. They are absolutely on point. World of Warcraft is still the same. That's not good, though. That would be the equivalent of Sony PlayStation every year re-releasing the PlayStation 1 with the exact same hardware, and then people going, I fucking hate this console, the games play like shit, and people going, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. Sony has always used this hardware. What are you talking about? It was fine 20 years ago, why would it not be fine now? Well, maybe because we are not the same. The games that's being released isn't the same. It requires more than what this fucking machine can give me. What are you talking about? So, yes. Is World of Warcraft bad right now? No. If you loved WoW way back in the day, there's still going to be things that you enjoy about WoW right now. If you want a game that you can enjoy in whichever way you want, with whichever amount of time that you have available to you, then WoW is an absolute drag. Just an absolute horrible fucking game to play. Because it doesn't allow you to play the game when you want. You will play the game when they want you to play the game, which is basically all day, every day. If you don't do that, you fall behind. And if you try to even take a break, fuck you. Don't take breaks. Breaks don't work. At least not for Blizzard. Way people play games now. I think Save and Raven, the reason they haven't seen that is because they themselves don't play that many games. That's my genuine opinion. Unforgive One, how you doing, brother? Savadrian, how you doing? Save and Raven, how you doing? I'm talking 9.2 and WoW, same in moderation. I log do a few things in the morning and go play Final Fantasy 14 or something else, but I am raiding 3 hours Saturday and Sunday now. So Unforgiven, the issue that I have with that argument is it's an argument that isn't... So I don't really have an issue with it because people are allowed to be very selfish, but it is a very selfish argument. Because the problem with said argument is to say, well, I don't have an issue with this because I can play whenever I want. So what the fuck? The issue there is you can play whenever you want because you made a choice that is how you will approach the game. But if someone, for example, said, hey, you know what? I want to play WoW hardcore. Like, I want to raid at a very high level. So I don't care about everything else, but I really want to raid at a high level. I want to do mythic raiding. Then suddenly the game starts making decisions on your behalf. So you, as the player that's basically okay with doing a couple of normal raids on a Saturday and a Sunday, and really logging in whenever you have time, the game doesn't force you to do anything. You can do pretty much whatever you want. But the second you say, wait, I want to raid at a very high level, the game starts going, oh, by the way, if that's what you want to do, then you'll have to do this every day, all day, so that you can actually do those things. And I say, okay, but wait a second. Games should absolutely not decide on your behalf what you should or should not be doing. Games should have things available for you to do, but it should absolutely not force you to do certain things or force you to not do certain other things, right? All right, the stream is now my internet is fucking out as well. You know what? Fuck this. Hold up. Sorry, guys. This is gonna be. This just has to happen now. Because this is now 2 days in a row that my internet is just consistently doing this bullshit. So now it's time. I sent an angry tweet or message on Twitter. Now I'm sending an angry fucking email. No, this was mine. This was absolutely mine. I'm submitting a ticket now. Give me a moment, guys. I'm literally gonna submit the ticket now. All right. All right, so I literally told them I'm a Twitch streamer, and for the last 2 days, I've had constant dropping of my Twitch stream bitrate with no way to fix it. The internet remains connected, but the bitrate takes a nosedive and eventually disconnects. Any chance you can help, since this is my literal job in fucking, in all caps. Anything I should add there? Rose Scarlet, how you doing? Till I played FF. Imagine if when Cataclysm happened and they reworked the leveling process, they had implemented FF's level sync system and brought back Max 40. Oh my god, it would have been so fucking cool. But this is something that I've said so long. For so long. Blizzard is always just a couple of steps behind brilliant. The Lore Fiend, you bastard. Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most generous chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we'll submit this, and hopefully they'll be able to fucking fix it. I'm gonna give one. I usually that's where we end up if they don't fix things, but now I won't tell them to go fuck themselves until such time that they don't help. Like, as soon as they stop helping, or as soon as they piss me off because they take too long or they do stupid shit. Like, for example, if they phone me tomorrow, because that's usually what happens, they'll phone me tomorrow. If they phone me tomorrow and they're like, so can you turn off your router for 15 minutes and turn it back on again and then phone us back, that's usually when I go, oh, do you think I haven't done that yet? If fucking excuse me, but I have done this. So can you sort your shit out? This is not a problem on my side. In the last week, I've been waiting for my husband to catch up on MSQ for Heavensward. Last patch, so I've been working on leveling, weaving, culinary, and botanist, and having a blast. I have not really dove into a lot of the jobs in FF14. I should, actually. But I first want to finish the MSQ. Actually, I first want to finish the tower, and then once I'm done with the tower, I'll finish the MSQ. Seminary, what do you mean? Seven, wait, if I understand your question correctly, allow me to phrase it, and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. If I understand your question correctly, you're saying, at what point does requiring people to do things in the game to get gear in order to raid, at what point does that become too much? Right? So they're requiring people to do too much. So what is sort of a happy medium? Is that correct? 6-6, I don't have WoW installed, so I don't really give a fuck. Hey, dude, just came back from work and saw you live, so I joined in. Been listening to your vids on work for better insight around state of the game, etc. Good content. Rosconna, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. How was work? All right. So, Seven Raven, my answer is, depends on what you want the player to do. So, or what the player wants to do. So, if, for example, the player wants to raid, and you require the player to do anything other than raiding for gear, it's too much. Like, even one thing is too much. There are certain things that I would call pillars of an MMO. So, for example, dungeons is a pillar of an MMO. Therefore, requiring the player to at least do all of the dungeons to get the dungeon gear so that they can enter the base level raid, that's fine. Because dungeons tend to be a sort of, dungeons tend to be sort of a pillar of MMO gaming. Very few MMOs won't have dungeons. And if you want to do PvE content, then dungeons is sort of just right there with it. Minion, post the link on Discord unless you're subbed to the channel, in which case you can sub it right. You can post it right into chat. So my problem is, why should a raider be required to do anything other than raiding in order to get gear? Like, if I'm a raider and I really want to raid, why should I, in any way, shape, or form, be required to do anything else in the game but actually just raid? Because since that is actually what I want to do. I just want to raid. I don't care about Mythic Plus. I don't give a fuck about Torghast. I couldn't care less about your renown system. I don't care about your conduit system. I just want to raid. And if all I want to do is raid, then I should absolutely be allowed to just raid and get everything I need from just that one raid. There should be no requirements for anything else outside of the raid. This means that if you do have things like Torghast, if you do have things like Renown, if you do have things like reputations, they should give other things, but they should never be required to do other things. So basically what you want to do is you want to compartmentalize your game to such an extent that nothing in any way, shape, or form is connected to anything else. This really is the only way to make the game free, to make players feel freedom, is you design the game in such a way that nothing else is reliant or dependent on anything else. Everything exists for its own reason and its own sake, and everyone will interact with everything in the game for different reasons. For example, if I'm someone that loves crafting, I'm going to do crafting stuff because, hey, I like crafting, you know? And I love the playstyle of the crafting. But crafting itself isn't really going to do much outside of, you know... so, for example, the way Final Fantasy does it, I think, is kind of nice. You can literally buy sort of intro raiding gear, or I think actually very good raiding gear from crafters in Final Fantasy XIV. So crafters can post very good gear. Someone said, I think it's like 5 or 10 item levels lower than the best gear that you can get that crafters can make. It's something stupid like that. Like, crafters can make really good gear that people can then buy. So it's just another avenue that people can use in order to get raiding ready or whatever. And another reason for people to maybe level a couple of crafters. But consider the fact that you don't need the gear from crafters in order to actually do your, actually get into raids. That makes it nice. That's what people want. That's what people need. I hate the fact that Blizzard makes everything so interdependent on everything else. Because ultimately, all that serves is barriers. If you make things, you have to think of it as follows. Almost every single person that is playing your game, watching your video, coming to your business, is almost always looking for a reason to fucking leave, right? People are always looking for a reason to go somewhere else. So you want to design your game in such a way that there are the least amount of barriers to entry as humanly possible. So there has to be very little barriers to entry. And the barriers to entry that is there should be easily overcome. Make the content hard. Don't make getting into the content hard. I think that is probably the best catchphrase I've ever had in my life. Make the content hard. Don't make getting into the content hard. You don't need that. Raiders are going to enjoy raiding regardless. If it's a hard fight that requires a lot of coordination, raiders are going to love that fight. What they're not going to like is if the getting into the fucking fight requires them to jump through a million hoops just so that they can start playing the game. If Blizzard can learn that, they would be well on their way to at least some kind of, I'd say, balancing act. Can they learn that? I really don't know. So there's actually there's this tweet from Jeff Hamilton. He's a game developer over at Blizzard, and he asks the following question. Game dev question. Often, you'll get feedback about a part of a game that created friction for a user. Now, friction in this instance, from what I could gather, is players didn't enjoy it, or players felt a little bit peeved by it. It doesn't seem like he's talking about pure barriers to entry. He's talking more about something that players wish wasn't there. What strategies do you lean on to help you determine if that friction is a problem or if removing it would hurt the overall long-term experience? I love the fact that he's actually asking this question and that he's getting a lot of feedback from people who actually have been in the gaming industry for a long time. So Greg Street, for example, says, I often fall back to the simple metaphor of game challenges being a wall and the dev giving the player a ladder or some other tool to climb the wall. Players may say the game would be less frustrating, faster, more efficient without the wall, and they would be right. So is the friction serving a purpose as a load-bearing wall? If it is, removing it is risky. I used to deal with this a lot around loot drop rates. Yes, it's more satisfying in the short term when your trinket drops after 2 attempts than 20 attempts, but what happens long term? Now, in general, I actually agree with Greg here. You don't want to give players, just give them loot. No one wants to go into a single raid and be fully geared right after that raid. It's going to be nice for a bit, but what happens next week? You now have all the gear from the raid. So unless you're someone that really loves the raid, you're probably not going back, right? Because you already have all the gear. So there is certain things that you can design in such a way that it takes a bit of time to get. But never design things in such a way that it takes months or years to fucking get, or it takes a hell of a long time to get. And specifically, and this is where Blizzard usually fails on this, don't design the thing that they're supposed to get to not be part of the core system that they're partaking in. If you need something for raiding, those things should all come from the raid. If you need something for Mythic Plus, those things should all come from Mythic Plus. If you need something for open world crafting, those things should all come from the open world and crafting. If there is crafting gear that allows you to raid, then you can put some of those items within the raid, because that gear directly corresponds to where you're going to use it, i.e. the raid. But you have to, it's sort of like looking at a game and having an holistic view of what everything in the game is going to correspond with to a specific player base. So you look at something that you have in your game and you say, right, this is the system, Torghast, for example. Which of all of our player bases will enjoy this system? Okay, that's your core question. So who will benefit from this system the most? And from there, you then start going, okay, so a lot of casual people will enjoy this because it's some kind of content for them to enjoy. There might be some open world collectors that would really enjoy this. Is this going to be something that really resonates with the raiding audience? Well, what do raiders like? Well, raiders enjoy going into an instance with 19 of their friends and beating bosses and trash packs. Is this really designed for them? You know, something that's much smaller scale. It's only with 4 people max extra. It isn't really on the level of what raiders enjoy, and we don't really have that difficulty scaling that would allow raiders to actually find challenge within this. Well, we can make some arguments that, yeah, some raiders might enjoy this, but our key demographic isn't going to be that raiding audience, really. So what about PvPers? Well, definitely not them. What do PvPers like doing in our game? Well, they like going into battlegrounds and arenas and killing other players. There is literally none of that in this system. So maybe we don't try and make the PvPers do this at all. We're going to exclude the raiders on this because while there is some overlap, I don't think the overlap is strong enough to really appeal to the average raider. So we're really going to focus on the collectors, and we're going to focus on the casual players. So this, if you go this route, it also informs how you design Torghast moving forward. Right? Because you're not designing it now, sort of not being sure who the audience is. You know exactly who the audience for this specific piece of content is. So this means that you can now look at what you're designing and say, okay, wait a second. This doesn't make sense. Why are we designing this with so many limited floors or so few floors? No real challenge, and also nothing really to collect from this. I think we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to design this thing to be very exploration friendly, give people a lot of paths to get to the end, and give people a real challenge. And then maybe let's make it unlimited floors or make it 200 floors or something like that, so that people can have something to do for a really long time. You've basically solved the whole problem of Torghast there. Because there's no player power, so the people can't really complain that it's a chore. There's just a lot of fun things there. Things that, you know, even a casual can do. So you try and make it in such a way very similar to what you get with Dark Souls games. I was watching this video last night after the stream about Dark Souls, where someone said Dark Souls is not hard. And after watching that video, I actually agree with him. Anyone can beat Dark Souls. It's not a hard game. It's a game of patience. So that's basically what you want to do if you're designing something like Torghast for a casual player. You want to design a game of patience. In other words, it can be beaten. It's absolutely possible, but it's up to you to figure out how you personally can beat this boss. Because the boss is going to have a lot of mechanics, and the boss is going to keep you busy, but you have to figure out, based on what your strengths and weaknesses are, how you wish to defeat this boss, and then just keep doing it until you do it perfectly and you kill the boss. And that's something that's extremely friendly to the player base, because everyone can do it. Some people are going to have an easier time, harder time, whatever the case might be. But it comes down to just design things for who it's meant to cater to. Don't design things just sort of willy-nilly and make it cater to everyone. That is a very long answer, Save and Raven, to a very actually easy question, but I hope that answers it. But the sheer quantities of loot you get keeps the dopamine flowing. Wow, it's like, here's your One Piece. So, Lore Fiend, the problem with that is it doesn't actually work. You can't just keep giving people loot and think that's going to help. At some point, the dopamine does die off. We shouldn't be repping Gearlock to do any high content in the game. To be honest, I feel pretty burned out from the game. Everything I log in for dailies, I say why am I still here? I don't want to do this. I just want to raid and do Mythic Plus. I love you for it. I know, Seven Raven, and I really appreciate that. Love you too. I lost all faith in Blizzard writing since the beginning of Shadowlands. You're not alone. You are not alone. I actually had a tweet about this earlier today, where I basically told Mr. Denuser. So I said to Mr. Denuser, Dear Mr. Steve, I'm something of a lore guy myself, Denuser. Congratulations on pissing on 2 decades of WoW lore. You have successfully killed the old world and its tragic beauty. I hope you have some talent, because the old guard can no longer carry you. You killed them. And I personally think this is... I stand by every word there. Sideswiper, yeah, I almost made it to like... I almost made it to the top. Like, I was at least last night, I was like 3/4 of the way, maybe even higher. And then I fell down. Dude, I was fucking devastated. I was so devastated when I fell down there. It's not even funny. SK Bridges, how you doing? Quinajar, you're very welcome. I like giving Mr. Denuser shit. That last moment? So I'll tell you exactly which part. Let me tell you exactly which part of that final fucking moment drove me crazy. Because this did not feel like it was Sylvanas saying it. It felt like it was the Denuser saying it. I'll show you guys in a second. Give me a moment. All right.
Do you not understand? This one is bound.
All right. So these words that Sylvanas says here right at the end to Arthas, it felt like this was Steve saying it to the player base. It felt like Steve was telling the player base, fuck off with your old stories, your old toxic masculine characters. I don't want them. I don't want to write for them. Screw you. It's over. It's done. That's the feeling that I got with these final lines.
Arthas.
Is this all that remains of him?
The last flicker of his scarred spirit, consumed in the forges of the jailer.
No crown, no throne, not even a soul left for judgment. I hated you, hunted you, and with each selfish act became you.
I just want to say here, first and foremost, Zarati, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. What's sad is that we don't even get to collect the 35 fucking anima that he becomes. That is actually quite sad. But here's what Steve Denuser does not understand about this. Arthas was never the villain in the eyes of the player base. Arthas was a tragic hero. A hero with a very tragic story. Arthas was never hated. The player base never wanted him gone. In fact, the player base wanted him back. This is what Steve Denuser cannot fucking fathom. Is that this is not the farewell that he thinks it is. This is not the moment where the WoW player base goes, oh my god, finally. Yeah, fuck that blonde-haired cunt. This is a beloved character. Yes, he may have done some bad things, but his downfall, his death, his story is tragic. There's no hatred for Arthas as a character. Not a single player hates Arthas as a character. And if there is, they don't have a fucking clue.
That is my burden to bear. But your legacy is at an end. Be gone then, Arthas Menethil. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten.
Denuser, may you be gone, please. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten. Because you know what? You know who is a fucking villain in World of Warcraft? You. You're a villain in World of Warcraft. Arthas was not a villain. At the worst of times, you could describe Arthas as a fallen hero. Someone in chat said fallen hero. Notice no villain there. He was still a hero to many. His story is tragic. It brought tears to the eyes of thousands. To see the young Prince of Lordaeron be turned into a weapon of death and destruction, it was tragic. His downfall was tragic. It was emotional. It was a journey. It feels like it's Denuser's words here. May the last whispers of your name fade and be forgotten. What are you talking about? How dare you put those lines into a cinematic, speaking to a blue ball of light? You didn't even have the decency to make him an actual fucking character. One final time did we at least get to see Arthas Menethil. This is the moment that pisses me off most about this story that Denuser have written. The sheer lack of respect for the player base and for the stories that we played. And I get it, Steve. It's not the stories that you wrote, and it's not the stories that you cared about. Maybe not even the stories that you yourself played. But there are millions of us who did play this, who went through this, who know the story and the downfall and the tragedy that is Arthas Menethil. His legacy will never be forgotten. His name is never going to fade into obscurity. But yours will. That's the sad part. You don't even seem to fucking realize. That is the sad part. Since you have started at Blizzard Entertainment and since this story has become your story to write, you have done everything wrong. Time and time again, you go for the wrong choice, you make the wrong decision, and it constantly leads you down a path that you can't fucking pivot out of. And I'm starting to think you're doing it on purpose. You're doing it on purpose because you don't want to write the stories of the old god. You don't want to write the stories that players used to love. You want to build your new stories, your own stories. What are your new stories going to be, Denuser? Is it going to be completely void of any characters that you deem toxic masculine? Because I've seen your definitions of toxic masculine. They're fucking bonkers, by the way. Any man that shows any modicum of masculinity, according to you, is a fucking toxic man. You should hit the gym a bit, Steve Denuser. Get some testosterone in your fucking blood. So you can actually realize that, hey, being a man is not all bad. There are men who are men, and they're actually quite good. They don't all have to be pussies. I'm so fucking upset with this guy, dude. You have no idea how much I dislike this guy and his fucking storytelling. And this end, this fucking ending, it is just beyond annoying. This ending is just beyond annoying. Let's be honest, Shadowlands is just the user taking shit and rubbing your face in it. That is exactly what it feels like. Steve sees and hears the opposite of your comments. Look, I know for a fact, and I don't want to make this about politics because I don't care for politics all that much. But I follow all of these people on Twitter, and I can tell you now, is there such a thing as toxic masculinity? Of course there is. Is there such a thing as toxic femininity? Of course there is. Anyone can be toxic, and anyone's core traits can be toxic. But when you listen to people like Steve the Newser and what they see as toxic, it is, dude, it's normal shit. It's normal shit that they view somehow as toxic. I have hope for Timpano after that garbage. I think things are really bad for Blizzard right now. Not to rub any salt in the wound here, but let me quickly just, I want to see something, because there's something very specific. There's something that I've been wanting to see for a while now. So let me see quickly. I don't know what the dislike ratio. Jillian, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to see what the dislike ratio is on this.
Do you not understand? This one.
This Brave is so fucking slow, dude. Well, at least YouTube hiding the dislike button has helped a little. It's no longer 90% dislikes and only 10% likes. It's at least helped a little. But, I mean, consider the fact YouTube removed the dislike button being public because, well, they didn't want things like this. They didn't want dislike bombs. And it's worked. YouTube have actual evidence that by removing the dislike button, dislike bombs no longer happen. So we can say that this isn't just... This isn't a bunch of people from Reddit going to downvote the shit out of this video. This is legit. More than 50% of people who watched this cinematic hated it. Absolutely fucking despised it. So, I guess we're not alone in disliking this cinematic, is what I will say. I guess we're not alone. I would be interested to know if there's anyone in this chat right now that loved the cinematic. Traveler, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I wish I could answer that. I genuinely don't know. I mean, this cinematic fell completely flat, and this is actually, for me, what stands out. If you're working for Blizzard Entertainment right now, you are stressing. And when I say you're stressing, I mean you are stressing fucking bullets. You're sweating bullets right now. Because here's the issue. Your game isn't doing well. As things stand, your game is not doing very well. People have not really accepted 9.2 the way that you had hoped people would enjoy 9.2. For most people, 9.2 feels a little bit out of sorts, a little bit boring. There's some people that enjoy it. Obviously, there's always going to be people who enjoy it, but, you know, there is a lot of people who don't. There is a good chance that 9.2 isn't bringing back the sheer number of people that you had hoped 9.2 would bring back. And now your big cinematic, the cinematic that you had hoped everyone would watch, the cinematic that you had hoped would provide people with a new sense of pride for World of Warcraft, over 50% of people hate the cinematic. They dislike the cinematic. So what do you do if you're Blizzard right now? How do you feel about your prospects for 10.0? Because I don't think you feel great. I don't think as things stand right now, you feel amazing about your prospects for 10.0. That's what I would do as a Blizzard employee. You drink more copium. At some point, you can't keep drinking copium. At some point, you have to start facing the fact that we're losing players. We're losing players and we're not actually getting them back. Because I can tell you, after this cinematic, I am thinking twice about actually purchasing the next WoW expansion. For Rotti, you have to also remember the dislike ratios or dislike numbers is no longer available. So fewer and fewer people, I can see it on my own channel as well. I used to average around 10 to 15 dislikes on my videos. I now get maybe 1 or 2, sometimes 5. Because the number is no longer available, fewer and fewer people actually care about hitting the button. So I can guarantee you, if this button was still, if you could still see the amount of dislikes, this would have been higher. It would probably have been, once again, a 1 to 10 ratio, if not higher. You are. And also remember that the video is still unlisted. The video have not been made public yet by Blizzard Entertainment. So the vast majority of people have not yet seen this video. There's still very many people who have not seen this video, who have no idea that this video even exists. And I can tell you, I think this dislike number is going to go up. Mish, yeah. I mean, I no longer pay Blizzard for anything because I refuse. If they can't fix WoW, I'm done. I do not want to waste my time with a game that I genuinely despise with every fiber of my being. And I don't mind people who still play WoW and love it, because there are things in World of Warcraft that is genuinely fun. I have looked at Zeroth Mortis and thought, yeah, there's some things in Zeroth Mortis that I would love to do. It looks fun. I'm sort of a sucker for a bit of a grind to nowhere. I do like grinding in video games. It's very cathartic. But overall, when I put all of the shit from World of Warcraft together, it's not enough to make me spend money on it. If I want to farm something, I'll just farm it in Final Fantasy XIV. You're talking to a guy that used to farm herbs for like 8-9 hours a day when I didn't have anything else to do. I would genuinely have entire days where I would have some music or a series or a movie on, and then I would just literally fly around and collect herbs for hours on end. That's all I would do. In fact, you are talking to a man who spent 24 hours straight, and I mean straight, 24 hours fishing in the ponds of Dalaran for the coin. 24 hours. I think it was a little bit over 24 hours, actually, that it took me. And straight, I didn't sleep at all. I literally stood in that one fucking spot, me and my friend, and we just cast, just kept fucking casting. I had to empty my bags so many times. I had to empty my bags because they were full, and then I go back and I just fucking keep farming. Because I wanted the coin. I thought it was a cool thing. So I have no problem with grinding. I'll grind my fucking ass off. Just because grinding is sort of part of MMOs. It's fun. But then I have to enjoy other aspects of the game as well. And at least at that time, during Wrath, I was loving the game. And so the grinds were just sort of me finding more joy in a game that I was already really fucking loving. Shahid, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nowadays, it just feels like I don't know why I would go back. I don't think I would go back. Of course not, because Arthas is the backbone of WoW. I wouldn't say Arthas is the backbone of WoW, but Arthas is definitely one. Arthas is definitely. I mean, without Arthas, much of modern day World of Warcraft doesn't even happen, right? Did I call who a shithead? I don't even know if it's arrogance at this point. Good sir. I don't know if it's arrogance or if it's genuinely just disconnection. Oh, no. Shahid. Well, I think his name is Shahid. So I said Shahid, not shithead. Yeah, he does deserve more respect. Absolutely. That I agree with. But I mean, we're not going to change anything here. We can bitch and moan about it as much as we want, or we can just play something else, you know? Talk about things that's more fun. Rather than bashing our heads against a wall that clearly isn't coming down anytime soon. We'll see. We'll see how much Blizzard actually fears their current position within the MMO landscape, if they learn anything from 10.0. I do hope that they do. I really hope that they do. I hope that we get the alpha for World of Warcraft 10.0 within the next 2 or 3 months, and that alpha lasts at least a year, with them basically fleshing out every part of that expansion to make sure that it is the best expansion we've ever seen in our lives. The Law Fiend, what you're saying there is so fucking true. That's literally the first thing Yoshi P did when he took over, was get his developers to actually play other games, but more importantly, get his developers to actually play their game, right? They had to play Final Fantasy as well. And then he reestablished connection with the player base. If I'm not mistaken, the original devs actually ended the forums. So they basically took the forums down, and that was actually one of the things that Yoshi P reestablished, was the forums, so that people could actually give feedback on what they like and what they dislike. So Yoshi P is extremely in sync with his own player base. Extremely in sync. See, Asmongold's video about the last raid. It tells a lot about the current game. I have not, but it's on my list of things that I'm going to watch now. We'll be reacting to Asmongold in a minute. And then we'll probably also react to Preach, because there's a Preach video to react to as well.
As one of the extremely small number of people that love this cinematic, I would like to give some reasons why I love it. It is the Varian and Sorfang part. It is precisely the confusion of why they are here that lets me love it, because this unknown reason for them to be here opens up to so many possible theories about cosmological forces. I looked at how Anduin looked at his father, and came up with a theory that it is the light that infiltrated Zerath Mortis and Brotho's soul.
Jake69 for the 150 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. I can't even look at things anymore as possible theory creations or bridges, because for me, there's so many fractures within World of Warcraft story that trying to speculate on it is just not fun. So, for example, I've started a brand new series. It's available to all patrons and YouTube channel members. But I started a brand new series, which is called What If? It's the What If series. Because that I still love. I still love the lore of WoW, but the old school stuff. So my first video that's going to be available to everyone My first video on this is, what if the dragonflights never existed? It's probably going to be up next week, I think. Commentate, how you doing, brother? It's going to be up probably next week, but it's literally called What If the Dragonflights Never Existed? It is a chance for people to give their own theories, because I basically looked at it and I said, okay, there's about 4 or 5 things that could happen if Odin was successful at convincing the other Titan Keepers that the dragonflights are not needed. And then I asked myself, all right, choose one of those 5 possible outcomes and cover that. And then allow people in the comment section to cover what they think would happen if the dragonflights were never actually allowed to exist. And I think the world of Azeroth that I came up with is a really interesting one. Basically think we live in a complete totalitarian, authoritarian state of perpetual suppression. The Titan Keepers effectively have removed all freedom because all they care about is authoritarian order. They want order, and so they do not allow anyone to do anything that could disrupt that order. I'm having a ton of fun thinking about what-if scenarios for World of Warcraft, thinking about what different topics I can talk about from a what-if standpoint. So that's sort of the only thing that I'll still probably be doing in WoW, is a bunch of what-if videos until I run out of those. But for now, I'm having more fun doing videos like the Final Fantasy stuff. I'm having a ton of fun sitting down and talking about Final Fantasy 14. I'm having more fun just actually playing Final Fantasy 14, so I'm sort of going to focus on that and that alone right now. Literal grind with for no reward. I remember the Overgrowth, yes. Don't worry, they're introducing Clippy in 10.0, and he will be better lore than Sylvanas. We'll see. 10.0 is literally Denuzer's last chance. Yeah, I don't think if 10.0 sucks the same way that 9.2 sucked. Like, look, guys, I said this in Legion. When BFA was about to launch, I made a video where I said BFA better be good. Because I don't think World of Warcraft can afford more bad expansions. Because World of Warcraft at that point had become a meme. Where they'll always have one good expansion and then one absolutely miserable expansion. And I said I don't think it can afford more miserable expansions. Then BFA launched and it was absolutely miserable. Then I made a video and I said, Shadowlands has to knock shit out of the park. Because if Shadowlands fails, even slightly, I don't think World of Warcraft can survive. Because that will be the first time in the history of World of Warcraft that we have had 2 expansions back to back that is failing. Shadowlands failed. World of Warcraft is still hanging on. Now, how many of you are willing to take the bet that World of Warcraft can survive a 3rd failing expansion? Queen Ajara, the reactions are really fun. Just don't spoil anything, but I think my reactions are really fun because I speculate on things in my reactions, and people enjoy that because they know I'm wrong, and it makes them laugh because I don't know. Tigress, how you doing? Cyclops Nerd, how you doing, bro? More store content if it does. It's getting more and more abused the worse it gets. Well, yeah, because that's what happens when you're basically maintaining... you're sort of in maintenance mode. You're trying to manage the decline of your game. You are going to up the monetization options within your game. Microsoft may work. I mean, it's fine. Look, World of Warcraft have never really suffered from source material. So World of Warcraft have never suffered from the idea around an expansion. Just to be clear. Whenever you have... can we get the ban or the timeout on Shay removed? No matter, I'll do it quickly. Shay, if you want to link stuff, link it to me on Discord. Guys, if you're not subbed to the channel, remember that links can't be placed by anyone that isn't a sub. So you have to go to Discord and link it there. And if you're gonna put like full stops in the middle of words and those words aren't separated, the bot for some reason thinks those are also links. So be careful with that. Shay, how you doing? So I look back to Battle for Azeroth had an incredible plot. The plot was crazy cool. Shadowlands had an incredible plot. The plot was crazy cool. Dragon Isles would be a crazy plot. It would be really cool. That said, it's not Blizzard's ideas about what the story should be next that's the problem. It's their execution on those ideas. It's their execution on the story. It's their execution on the world that is the issue. So I don't even care about the leaks being right or wrong, because I was super excited for the leaks about Shadowlands, because Shadowlands in concept is a really cool place to visit. It's your execution thereupon. So Dragon Isles could be a really cool expansion, but if Blizzard fucks up the execution as they have with the last two expansions, we're once again going to be... And the reason I'm a little bit afraid of Blizzard's execution is I don't know if Blizzard knows why so many people dislike World of Warcraft. So I hear them saying that the next expansion will have fewer systems of power and fewer power systems within it. And I'm like, okay, cool. But do you know why people don't like the power systems and the sort of power creep that expansions introduce? Do you fundamentally understand the reason people are unhappy about those things? Because if you do is listen to the player base and the words that they use, it's the equivalent of only reading the headlines of an article and thinking you know what the fuck you're talking about. Because remember, a lot of the time when players give you feedback, it really is akin to a headline. Players are just giving you a headline. Oh, we hate player power. That's a headline. But you have to understand why players say they hate player power. Or systems that's tied to player power. Because if you don't understand that, you're going to release a game that is empty as fuck and no one wants to play it because there's nothing to do. And that's my biggest fear for Dragon Isles, is that Blizzard goes too far in the wrong direction. So they effectively remove all the systems from the game, and no player power is gained from anything other than raids and dungeons, and suddenly no one has anything to do, because literally all there is in the game to do is dungeons and raids and some PvP. Icehound, how you doing? Like I said, grinds are okay. You can have grinds in a game. I grinded for 6 months trying to get the polar bear mount in World of Warcraft. 6 months I spent. Every day. Doing every single daily. Oh, excuse me. Doing every single daily. Just to get that polar bear mount. Back in Wrath. And I did not hate the grind at all. It was fun. It was easy, you know? Because I was out gearing the content at that point so far that literally killing 10 of anything was me running on my mount, pulling all 10, and then just AoE it down. So it was crazy cool. Captain Swanky, you bastard, with the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Coming in there to save Shay. Really appreciate it, bro. Can we get some love in chat for Captain Swanky? Giving money to the channel. Always admirable. Really appreciate it, bro. Good, man. Try new games and have fun. Hope you have fun in Stormblood. Oh, we just got to Kugani Tower. So that's what I'm doing right now. Is Kugani Tower. Oh shit! How are they phoning me right now? Hold up, it's my ISP, guys. Hello? Very good on you. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Yes. So right now we have about 2,396 drop frames. It's been stable, I think, for the last 20 minutes or so. But last night as well, it would go up and down, up and down. It would go literally from 6,000 bits to 0 bits to 2,000, and it was just constantly a mess. And it's been happening for a while now. Some days it'll be great, other days it will be really messy, which is really annoying. But I am streaming currently, so I'm wondering if maybe we can talk about this tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just to be clear, it's not my internet that's dropping, that's the problem. My internet is fine. It's the bit rates to Twitch. Now, I'm streaming to your relay server, and then your relay server is streaming to Twitch. So my issue is something about the bitrate, because my internet stays on. I can still talk to my chat on in chat, so I have to type. I can't speak to them because the stream is fucking out. But you know, everything seems to be working fine except for the bitrate going up and down. But anyways, I'll give you a call if this happens again. So just keep the ticket open, and I'll just reply to the ticket if it happens again. All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye. All right. Sorry about that, guys. In case a case of reception is being promoted to chief executive. I don't know about that. Look, Steve the Newser has had some career. He's been the lead writer for a lot of things. It's all the hentai. Dude, I download my hentai during the evenings when I'm not streaming. Please. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a fucking moron. I wouldn't be downloading hentai if if I'm streaming. 66, what do you mean English? Are you saying I'm speaking to him in English? Manhood, how you doing, brother? Of course I'm speaking to him in English. The business language of South Africa is English. There's not a single person in South Africa that can't speak English. You'd be... Like, it would be very difficult to find someone that speaks Afrikaans in South Africa. Like, you could. So if he phoned me, for example, and I wasn't really good in English, I could tell him, listen here, could you transfer me to someone that can actually speak Afrikaans? Sometimes you're lucky, and he'll be like, I understand, you can speak Afrikaans with me, and I'll understand what you're saying. Other times, they'll transfer you. My aunt really struggles with English, so she usually has to do that. Whenever she phones someone and they're English, she has to ask if they can transfer it to someone that speaks Afrikaans at all. But for the most part, like, every single person in South Africa speaks English. Streaming in your Discord? Oh, I haven't done a ping yet. I have not done a ping yet. I will be doing a ping in a minute. I'll be doing a ping in a minute because I'm just doing one more ad so that we can not have ads when we're reacting. Because there's a couple of videos that people have wanted me to react to. From Asmongold, from Preach. So then we'll react to those, and then we'll probably jump into some... Final Fantasy. Because Kagani Tower needs to go down. Kids, the Lalafell propaganda videos and stuff will probably be Saturday. We'll probably be reacting to those on Saturday. I can't react to too many videos during the week because we only have about 6-7 hours to stream. during weekdays. So that's why I now have Tuesdays and Saturdays as just chatting and reaction days. So on those days I don't play games at all. We just chat and we hang out and we react to videos, so that I can still do some reactions and I can see what everyone's doing. So I'm more than happy to react to videos during the week. But if we start reacting to like 5, 6, 7 videos, that is just, then we don't have time to do Kagani Tower. And I already have a feeling this is going to take me a couple of fucking hours to do. I have the sneaky suspicion that Kagani Tower is going to keep me busy for a few hours. In most countries where English is not the primary language, it is often taught early in school. So we have English as a mandatory language, literally from, I'd say, grade 3 or 4, all the way through to the end of like high school. And every single university in South Africa is English. So if you want to be like, if you go study something, you have to be proficient in English in order to study it. Pretty much, Kadza. I don't know if the Newser was involved in Game of Thrones. Was he? There goes the internet again. Literally, while we fucking speak. As we speak, there goes the internet again. He loved the final episodes, though. Steve Denuser did like the final 2 seasons of Game of Thrones. He thought the final 2 seasons of Game of Thrones was brilliant. All right, there we go. I've just replied. I've told them the stream, but I've given them the time that it happened, as well as that it's, again, the stream bitrate is dropping. So hopefully at some point they start fucking listening. It's still dropping. Bro, I'm so over this fucking internet. Like, the internet was fine, and now suddenly it's not fucking fine. Well, then is whoever the fuck thought Denuser should be in charge. I genuinely don't know why Steve Denuser is in charge. I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what issue it could be. I genuinely don't know what issue it could be. No one else stayed? Do you guys think, and I realize this might be a little bit mean, but do you guys think that people like Mike Morhaime and Chris Metzen is looking at the dumpster fire that is World of Warcraft and laughing a little bit? Because I have no doubt in my mind that people like Mike Morhaime was forced out of the company. Activision was growing tired with Mike Morhaime not wanting to play the business game. I'm pretty sure Mike Morhaime was forced out of Blizzard Entertainment. The fact that he left Blizzard Entertainment and then started his own gaming company tells me that he was in no way, shape, or form done with making video games. He was done with Activision's way of making video games. Like, oh god, glad it isn't me. It's true. If I was Manson, I'd be dying on the inside for having my creative baby murdered. I mean, yes, but at the same time, I wonder if Chris Metzen wasn't forced out as well. Ever looked at Morheime's news saying for his company? I think we did, long ago. We did. But what is the saying again, BC? More and more saddened to see how their characters are being treated. There might be a little bit of sadness, but there is also, I think, a lot of vindication. A lot of going, you know what, without me, that company is not doing well. Impossible to say, maybes, or maybe they're weeping. True. It is impossible to say. I'm just asking sort of for fun. Because there is a part of me that would have a little bit of, what's that German word? Schadenfreude. There is a part of me, if I was Chris Metzen or Mike Morheim, that would be experiencing a little bit of Schadenfreude right now. Just ever so slightly. I would be thinking to myself, yep. I knew that this was going to happen, because I'm pretty sure if you asked me to put money on this, I would. That's how certain I am of it. We'll never know, because Mike Morheim isn't that kind of guy. But if you asked Mike Morheim straight up, why did he leave Activision Blizzard? I will guarantee you, he will say, I didn't leave, I was forced out. They did not like the fact that I basically didn't care about the money side of making video games. I cared about the passion. I wanted to make good video games, and I wanted games that people enjoyed. And Activision didn't want that. Activision wanted their video games the way that they want them. Something about making the games for the players and treating people with respect and staying small, basically aimed at Blizzard. So the way Dreamhaven is doing things right now is actually perfect. Hopefully we'll find out about new Dreamhaven games in the next year or two. But the way Dreamhaven is doing it, and this is what's so incredible to me, Dreamhaven is basically getting a lot of indie developers under the same umbrella, but their own companies. So they remain their own companies, but they're all basically under the Dreamhaven umbrella. Because if you look at Dreamhaven, I don't know if they have one unannounced game, I think, but then they've sort of provided money to a lot of smaller indie developers that is making games on their behalf. So a lot of their partner companies are making games on their behalf, which I have always thought is the way to do it. Don't build your company on the back of a single $1 billion game. Build your company on the back of $5 or $6 million games every single year. How much actual license Steve has over the story, and how much is Blizz telling him to write to their think tank based on metrics? From a story perspective, there's not much that you can write from a metrics perspective. So I don't think the metric focus of World of Warcraft really influences the story writing of World of Warcraft. Classics, the truth is, so I have a script that I wrote. When was this? Yesterday? I finished the script yesterday. Well, I'm not yet fully finished with it, but I'm sort of finished with the script. This was for the Skeptic Orc. If you want, I can quickly read a little bit of that for you guys. Do you want me to read a short bit of the script? So the title of the video is going to be Why Games Fail, the Efficiency Fallacy in Video Games. All right? And it goes as follows. So it starts. Efficiency has been core to the success of humans and our society. When efficiency works, it serves to create more and better products for cheaper, and those savings are ultimately passed on to the consumer in the form of cheaper products and services. The central goal of efficiency is to create the same product of the same quality for cheaper. However, this is rarely, if ever, the case. In a society mainly driven by destructive greed, we have companies willing to sacrifice quality and performance for the sake of cheaper and more efficient designs. Efficiency can ultimately be looked at as follows: correcting and optimizing the system and workforce that goes into creating a product to the point where the product can be produced at the same or higher quality with fewer costs and losses involved at a faster rate and higher quantity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Skeptic Orc. I spend my life looking where efficiency doesn't work. While it is true that humans spend most of our lives trying to optimize our processes, there are sadly, or perhaps thankfully, some things that cannot really be optimized or made more efficient. Think of a painter. A work of art is the culmination of a vision, creative imagination, and often years of toil to capture a very specific human emotion. It tells the story of our minds by way of pictures on a canvas. No matter how many painters you throw at a work of art, you can never rush the process. It will ultimately still be the work and vision of just one man or woman that makes the painting or sculpture great. Video games, in my opinion, is nothing more than a painting with moving pictures. A great video game brings us joy. It makes us sad. Tears, anger, and angst are all part of the video gamer's everyday life as they seek to unearth the secrets the creators try to convey. Think back to the last great video game you played, how the world became your world, how the main characters became your eyes to seeing the truth as it unfolds. The last game I played that had all of this was Death Stranding by Hideo Kojima. A world that drew me in, made me tear up in parts, made me angry, and left me feeling defeated and asking what even is the point. Sadly, in the modern era of video games, massive conglomerates hell-bent on making bank in the largest entertainment industry on the planet believe that they have found the key to success. Yearly releases that change and offer nothing new, overpriced and underdeveloped. They throw developers at the game as if it will change anything when what the game lacks is vision. The creativity of modern video games lies only in the cash stores they force upon the player base and the replayability mechanics they introduce. Think of games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Madden, and FIFA. Games that have become criminally stale, and yet the money printers keep going brrr as they try to squeeze every cent out of their dying franchises. So what exactly is the issue? Are they simply not trying hard enough? Have they simply not yet reached that golden number of developers that will ensure that a full-fledged AAA video game can be produced in less than 2 years? Is it money? Do they simply need to pump more money and better graphics into their development cycle for it all to make sense? No. The answer is sadly, or perhaps luckily, none of the above. Video games need time. They cannot simply be rushed. It doesn't matter how many developers you have, ultimately, they will still be the result of a single mastermind. Someone with a vision of what they wish the player to feel when they log into the game. Someone with a story they wish to tell. Don't get me wrong, I'm not for a second suggesting that more developers can't be of use once you have a vision. Having enough people around to execute the vision will ultimately lead to a better game overall. The equilibrium factor is important here. For the purpose of making my point, I will use Elon Musk's Tesla as an example here. In the early years of Tesla, Elon Musk envisioned a world where his entire factory will be AI-driven with little to no human interaction required. He came very close to realizing this dream. I believe 90% actually of his factory was completely AI and robotics driven. He came very close to realizing this dream, but then a new problem dawned on him. While everything was being done by AI and robotics, the efficiency of his factories was abysmal. The costs were way too high and the product line moved way too slow. So eventually he realized there are certain jobs that humans are simply faster at and better at. So they're forced to decommission most of their AI and employ actual humans to run the parts the robots could not. The point is, there is a magic number. Let's imagine the two people are making a video game. For this example, let's say they are making a shooter. The two developers here are going to take roughly 6 years to develop this game. The graphics, the engine, the movement, the aim mechanics, the blood mechanics, the controls. Simplistic, I know, but let's focus only on those. Their third friend learns about their endeavor and decides to invest, willing to bankroll the game. They set off to employ more devs. They hire an artist, an engine developer, and creative director, and a few general game devs. The time frame based on their productivity have now come down to 2 years. Their third friend, however, is still unhappy. He would love to see a return on his investment in 1 year, so he tells them to double their devs. All this is great, with one issue. In the art department, things are going well. 2 artists are now pumping out assets at an alarming rate, faster than what the engine specialist can keep up with. The engine can only really be built line by line, and most of the engine devs are working against each other, as each try to implement things that break other things. Ultimately, the game is still going to take 2 years to develop, and bugs are now introduced as there are too many people doing too many things, working against each other. As the old saying goes, there are now too many cooks in the kitchen. I realize that this is an example. In this example, there is a chance that more developers may still be added, but ultimately the point was only to highlight that there is a magic number. Once you cross that number, you start seeing diminishing returns, and things can slow down or become messy as a result. The AAA gaming industry have become obsessed with profits, driving efficiency, trying to cut costs, willing to sacrifice quality for the need of yearly releases that ultimately destroy the trust in these games. Once again, look no further than COD, Battlefield, and FIFA and Madden. Games that were once loved by their players have become so hated that both COD and Battlefield wholly failed in 2021. FIFA and Madden have not done any better, and things will likely continue to decline. Lucky for us, there is a silver lining. As Steam and the indie landscape keep developing, actual visionaries and developers have more freedom than ever to escape the greed-driven world of AAA and make the games we fall in love with. As companies like Microsoft start pushing their games as a service, with Game Pass, the need for massive billion-dollar yearly titles slowly decline. It's more important that there is a constant stream of new, different, and fresh games to entice people to subscribe to the service than there are to make bank on only a single title. I wholly believe that the days of the AAA industry is numbered. The days of yearly releases of undercooked, underdeveloped, and boring copy-pasta games is coming to an end. The indie landscape is providing us with a roadmap for the future, one where games do not have to be the next big thing to do well, where a fresh idea, executed well, is more than enough to ensure success. What will this future be? Will the cockroaches of the AAA industry go down without a fight? No, of course not. But they will slowly come to realize that their dreams of less work for more money is but a pipe dream. Gaming audiences are maturing, and slowly we are starting to demand more for our money. The days of criminal and scumbag behavior is at an end. To those who are about to die, AAA, we salute you. May you go quietly into the night and not make a sound as you do. It's still rough. It's still a very raw script. There's still a lot of things that have to be filled out. So I need to add a lot of statistics, a lot of factual evidence and stuff like that. Yes, this is the script for my next Skeptic Orc video. Xerax, so fucking true. So fucking true. Came in late. Can we read it somewhere? Bun Buns, Fun Buns, how you doing? It's available to patrons. If you go on to Patreon, I believe it's available to all patrons. So for as little as like $1 a month, you can read it. I make it available to patrons because they get to critique me. So patrons will oftentimes sort of read those and they'll be like, oh, wait a second, but you can actually do this, or maybe you can do that. So this is going to be a video, just FYI. You don't have to read it. You don't have to subscribe to Patreon. Don't worry about it. It is going to be a video. It's an early script that will be turned into a fully fledged edited video. It's Skeptic Orc. Most of you should know about the channel by now, but I have a channel called The Skeptic Orc. I made one video on the channel and then sort of ran out of time to make more videos on the channel, but we are now picking it back up. We're basically going to do one video a month on there. So basically I write a script, I record the script, and then Alex has a month in between all of the other shit that we edit to get that one video out. But all of those videos are going to be like this. It's video essays. So they don't have... It's not about a specific game. It's not about a specific moment in video gaming. Those videos are about either triumphs or failures within the gaming industry, deeper dives or looks into the gaming industry. That is the purpose and sense of those videos. So that's why they're one a month is fine for me. It gives me time to do my research, to make sure that I have everything that I need. So yeah. Imagine if Akka was the lead writer for WoW at Blizzard, but he wrote the story by only taking the top comments on his speculation videos, mashed them all together, didn't explain anything, just how WoW feels right now. That's very true. Very true. The movie industry have been suffering from this problem for a long time. Yes. The movie industry is a joke right now, and very much for the same reason. The creative people have left, and it's more important to have a movie that can make billions of dollars on the, on the first week, than it is to just have a good amount of films. Now, again, for the movie industry, there is again a silver lining. Streaming services like Netflix are becoming almost, shall we say, saviors. Because for Netflix, again, it's not so much about having these incredible sort of over-the-top box office breaking movies. It's more important to them that they have a constant flow of new movies and series. I genuinely believe that things like Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass, Netflix, things like that, the streaming service is going to be the things that save video gaming. I genuinely believe that that's going to be the savior of the video game industry. Tesla, very true. Very, 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 very fucking true. I quickly want to go to the bathroom. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we'll watch Preacher's video and Asmongold's video, and then we'll take on Kogani Tower, because I need to get to the top before I can continue the MSQ. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Oh, my fucking necks, dude. No. Oh, Jesus. My ass just broke. Oh. Holy shit. Dude, I don't know what the hell I've been doing. It wasn't even leg day today. And my ass feels like it's breaking. Same games for years. And now they are dying. Very true. I mean, how long do people normally piss? I don't know how long people normally take a piss for. Is it like 5 minutes usually? Because it shouldn't take that long. If you take 5 minutes to piss, you have a problem. I think. The metric percent about 15 seconds. I think 15 seconds might be a bit fast as well. Like a good 30 seconds to 45 seconds, I think is a good amount of time. And then about 15 to 20 seconds to wash your hands. 1 minute, you're good to go. All right, so what content suggestions do we have here? Like, what you take? So I've had 2 of these bottles already today. 2 of these ones. It's 1.2 liters of water, this. So I'm about 2.4 liters in for today so far. And I'm probably going to have 1 more of these today. As soon as I'm finished with my coffee, I'll probably have 1 more during the stream. I've been drinking a lot of water ever since going to the gym, dude. Gotta wait for the tank to full. If you can't fill a water bottle, you haven't waited long enough. Did I know about that? I don't know about that. All right, so which one do you guys want to watch first? Do you want to watch Preach's I'm Not Playing Eternity's End first? Or do you want to watch Asmongold's My Experience with WoW's New Raid first? Which one do you want to watch first? Because it's painful? Neither. What do you mean neither? Baldy. All right. Seems like more people want Asmon. So we'll start with Asmongold. We'll start with Asmongold's video, and then we'll make the switch. All right. Let's hear what Asmongold has to say here. It goes without saying. I love Asmongold. I usually agree with Asmongold on most of his points. Here and there, he says something that I go, don't quite agree. But I'd say about 98% of everything he says, I usually agree with. So let's hear his experience with WoW's new raid. Now, I'm assuming that this has to do with this video. So I'm assuming this is him addressing this video. WoW's new raid is so bad, Asmongold just quits. That's my assumption. We'll see if I am right.
Hey guys, I want to make a video today and talk to you a little bit about WoW raiding. I recently did Sepulchre, the first ones, and the video came out. There's been a lot of discussion about it. People have not been happy. And some people, actually I think most people agree, but I want to talk a little bit about my experiences with it, my thoughts on the raid, and what I really want to talk about a lot in this video is my thoughts on group content in general, and just kind of how my feelings and thoughts towards it have shifted over the years, and
shit.
Why I think that is. So,
wow, he fucking debated me. I genuinely thought it was going to be about that other video. He's actually going to be talking about WoW's new raid. All right, let's hear this. I'm changing my mindset. We're going to focus on something else now.
So before I do that, I want to say, obviously, I did not stream today. Why did I not stream today? I've been playing a game of hide and seek with the Austin Police Department for the past 2 years. I've been winning until last night.
Wait, what?
They got me. So I've got to do some stuff for my car that I should have done a long time ago, and I need to install some new lights on it and just other stuff.
Yeah, okay. I just have to say, I once watched the video of Asmongold driving, and he hit this hill, and his car just would not go up that fucking hill, dude. They just would not go up. So I would assume that there's a lot of things broken on Asmongold's on Asmongold's car. I would assume that is the assumption that I'm willing to make here. All right. Anyways, let's get back to it. So they finally got him. Got him. I'm basically, by the way, playing the exact same game with the police right now.
Stuff that have just been fucked up, and that's why I have to do that. And there's also some pressing business stuff that I have to deal with as well.
Dude, Asmon, you are beyond rich. Just buy yourself a new fucking car, guy. Like, dude, it doesn't even have to be new. Just buy yourself a car that isn't completely fucked. Go to any secondhand store, pick up any car there for like cheap, and just have that. That I think is easier than trying to fix the car that you have right now.
So I just wanted to address that real quick for anybody who was wondering. So, besides that, I want to talk a little bit about the WoW raid. Now, yesterday, Sepulchre, the first ones, the final raid in Shadowlands came out. I went in there with a stream pug. I think the people there were all around like 245 to 255 item level, probably closer to 245 than 255 on average. And we went in and we had a pretty bad time. We had relatively no preparation. We had no communication really. And it was just a huge headache with a lot of mechanics in there that really did require a lot of coordination and communication. In my opinion, like this was not obviously the best and most effective way to deal with the raid and to do the raid. And I feel like, holy fuck, how are they so loud? Jesus Christ. The birds are crazy. And so anyway, I've been doing a raid. Thank you. I've been doing the raids like this ever since Legion, ever since War Road to Draenor, really. As
this is actually, I just want to say, a lot of people sort of immediately lost their shit going, oh my god, you're fucking complaining about this? Like, look, dude, this is just how it goes. Like, you're not supposed to do raids this way, so it's really your fault that you're complaining, without keeping in mind that this is literally what Asmongold have done since he's left his guild. Like, when Asmongold stopped raiding with his guild, every single new raid, this is what Asmon does. He gets into the game, he gets a pug going, and they go do the raid. And it is usually worked out really well for him. So the fact that it's not working out now means that something must have changed. Maybe the raid got harder. Maybe there's fewer players. Who knows? But something has changed because he's always done it this way.
You know, I get everybody together on the first day of the raid. We all go in with a stream pug with people that are pretty well geared. And to be honest, in Nighthold and Emerald Nightmare especially, Tumor Sargeras and Taurus, I mean, Old Deer, Battle Czar War, I mean, I think we skipped Nilotha because I wasn't streaming, and almost Castle Nathria, right? I feel like just over the course of time, the raids have just gotten a lot harder. And I think this is not something that's necessarily for the betterment of the average player in WoW. And I think what's kind of happened over the years is that the raids have become more and more complex, and they've become more and more...
Did they try to do normal or heroic? Does anyone know? Was it normal? Did they wipe on normal? So, I just want to say here, about a year ago, not even a year ago, let's say 6 months ago, around about when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, did I not make this exact video where I said that because of add-ons like DBM and Bigwigs, boss fights in World of Warcraft are becoming increasingly more complex and harder to do even at the base difficulty level, because the game has to be designed knowing that these add-ons are going to be in the game. So they basically have to make the bosses 5 times harder so that it can still be a challenge with add-ons that's effectively playing your fucking game. Because for those of you that don't know, if you have Bigwigs installed or DBM installed, there is no surprises on those bosses. They have timers telling you exactly what's coming when. They'll even tell you if it's a stack mechanic or a sprayed mechanic. A lot of those add-ons will throw shit on your head. And before the raid, people will just put out markers. If you have the thing on your head, you just run to the marker, GG, done. You don't even have to think about it. You get an icon, and the icon is purple. You run to the purple marker, and then you stand. You take the mechanic, and then you go back to your group. So basically, the game is being played for you. You're just effectively painting by numbers. You're just sort of going with whatever the add-on tells you to do next. So the game has to consistently become more difficult, more complex. The mechanics have to become more punishing, because that's the only way you keep the game somewhat challenging, is by making things more complex, which eventually removes the ability to just go in with a random group of people and have some fun. Because the random group of people will have to be extremely good in order to counteract what the game is trying to do.
More oppressive towards mistakes. They have been, you see now one-shot mechanics happening in even normal mode, and things that maybe not functionally a one-shot. Well, they are functionally a one-shot.
Well, ZRX, in World of Warcraft, it doesn't really matter, because the old raids are so easy to do, you really don't have to waste your time with it. So if you were to remove... Remember, World of Warcraft doesn't have a sort of minimum item level, no echo system. So old raids are old raids, and they're smashable. No one needs something like DBM or Bigwigs for, Ice Crown Citadel. Ice Crown Citadel was difficult at the time, but nowadays you literally one-shot everything inside the raid, so you don't really have to worry about, oh my god, okay, I'm going to have to go back now and sort of balance all of these other raids around, no longer having those add-ons. Those add-ons should be removed from the game, period. They should not be allowed. People should be able to do a fight without those add-ons enabled, no problems.
But they are not technically a one-shot. They just do a huge amount of damage. And so these types of things, I feel, are... the truth is that my experience yesterday doing the raid is, in my opinion, probably the average player experience. And I can say that for a lot of people, I would assume that the way that they go through the raid is...
Sorry, pause Andy here. I realize a lot of you hate when I pause this much, but this is content. So, if you're... There's a lot of people that play World of Warcraft that does not have guilds. They don't play with guilds. And World of Warcraft doesn't have such a thing as a static. In World of Warcraft, if you want to raid, you join a guild. A lot of people don't have time to join guilds because they're busy. They have real life. So they basically raid whenever they can get some time to raid. And this means that they will basically raid with pugs. So absolutely, I can see Asmongold making the statement. This is the experience for the majority of the WoW player base, because the majority of the WoW player base is going to do the exact same thing. They're going to find a pug, and hopefully that pug knows what the fuck they're doing. And if that pug doesn't know what they're doing, well, you're shit out of luck.
It's just probably not very enjoyable. And I think this is something that's artificially increased by Blizzard's arms race with add-on developers. And I think this has happened ever since probably Mists of Pandaria, and it's gotten a lot worse ever since Legion.
Did I not just say vindication?
The prevalence of weak auras, the amount of depth and add-ons that players have now.
Yep.
And an average player is not going to really have, maybe they have DBM, but they don't have weak auras that give them extra levels of insight and awareness on fights that...
Lockwoods, I sadly don't know what Asmon is going to say next, because this is literally the first time I'm watching it, so I'm commenting as I think about things happening. By the way, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. I'm commenting on it as I think about the things. And then, yeah, Asmongold says it, and I'm like, shit, I could have just waited for him to make that point anyways. But I don't know when he's going to make or what points he is going to make.
They might not necessarily have access to. So what ends up happening is that you have players that are all operating on different levels of awareness, and Blizzard is designing the game for the highest level of awareness. And while I know that you can probably do most of the fights without...
He did it on normal, Cassio. Normal should not really require that much preparation. Normal is intro level. Most people should be able to do normal. I get, if Asmongold was attempting Mythic, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Of course you're going to wipe. No one does Mythic with a pug, especially not that early on. But they weren't even attempting Heroic. They were attempting normal. you should absolutely be able to do normal with the pug and have fun in there and actually get to kill the bosses after 1 or 2 wipes, maybe 5 wipes, no more than that. If you're spending hours in there wiping, only getting 3 bosses down, something's wrong with the balancing of the game. Just 100%. This is not the hardest difficulty the game has to offer. When it's mythic, yes, then absolutely make it so hard that no one can do it. But don't make it so fucking stupidly hard that people... because basically what we're talking about here is what is normal for. Normal is meant for casual players. Normal is meant for people who casually play the video game. They shouldn't be expected to watch guides on how to kill bosses. Normal people shouldn't be expected to waste their time, gearing to the fucking max so that they can get everything down. It's a normal. It's meant for people to have a bit of fun, see the game, see the raid. That's it. And at least get it a little bit better than the LFR experience. If you have normal on that difficulty, you're way out of line. Like, normal should not be that fucking hard.
DBM and without weak auras, because that's generally what I do. I think that it just substantially makes things easier, and if it didn't, then you wouldn't see every top-end player using them. So what I think is happening is that average players and hardcore players, the skill gap between them is getting larger and larger and larger over time.
Yeah.
Because not only are hardcore players just getting better and better and better at the game, but on top of that, they are becoming artificially better by having access to better add-ons and having access to better weak auras that artificially increase their awareness in the game in a way that a new...
So just to be clear, to sort of explain his point there for anyone that doesn't understand, when you're in one of the top guilds in the world, most of those guilds have dedicated add-on developers or weak aura developers. So they literally have people that is in the guild and their only job is to create weak auras for the fights. This is why oftentimes when you go to, for example, Wago.io, you'll see weak auras for different bosses from the raid groups, the world first groups that took it down. They'll share their sort of weak auras after the race is over. So once, 5 or 6 guilds have killed it, they'll share their weak auras so everyone can get access to it. But at the start, you as a normal player don't have access to those things. So you're sort of, slashing about, thrashing about, trying to figure out how to do the boss, where the top guys are literally making things to play the game for them.
Player might not be aware of. So, not only do they not really know what's going on in the fight, but they also don't have add-ons to tell them what's going on in the fight. So yeah. I think, for example, I'll use one example here, is that in tier 11, this is the first tier of Cataclysm, you saw a lot of people for the first time quit the game. And I think a big reason for that is that the tier 11 raid content was just, let's be honest, astronomically harder than ICC.
It was hard.
If you go back and you look at the amount of mechanics you needed to do for Heroic Cho'Gall or for Omnitron Defense System, and you compare that to the Lich King, or you compare that to even more mechanically intensive fight, something like Professor Putricide, even then you see such a vast difference between the amount of mechanics and the amount of expectations that's placed, not only on the raid as a whole, but on individual players to be aware of so many things and the reaction time that requires.
To sort of expand the point, because he's now literally talking about the time that I rated extremely hardcore. They were stupidly fun for us. So for me, one of my favorite times to raid in World of Warcraft was Cataclysm. The raids were incredible. They were hard. They were challenging. They were really difficult to do. Most of those raids could not be pugged. Most of the groups wouldn't boost anyone through them because they were very challenging. Those were not easy raids to do. So for us, as a hardcore guild, brilliant time. Because everything was hard. Whether you were doing it on normal or heroic, you were having a hard time doing it. You had to basically focus really well to get stuff down. If you're a casual player, though, what is there for you to do? So this is what we're talking about. There's difficulty settings for a reason in games like World of Warcraft. There's difficulty settings for a reason. If the only people you wanted to raid were hardcore top of the line players, you wouldn't need LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic. You would literally not need all 4 of those. You would maybe have 2 difficulties, mythic and mythic plus difficulty. So you have a fucking stupidly hard difficulty, and then you have a astronomically, oh my god, suck my dick difficulty. Those would be the 2 difficulties that you have in the game. No more, no less, because you really only want the hardcore players to play your game. The fact that you have 4 different difficulties means that you are trying to make the game accessible to the majority of the player base. So everyone will find their difficulty within which they exist, and that's sort of the difficulty that they're going to stick to. And so you want normal to be a challenge for the average casual player, but you don't want normal to stomp the average casual player. Because once normal starts stomping the average casual player, what is the casual player supposed to do? Like, what do I do if I can't even get this down? Am I supposed to wait until I completely outgear the content? What's the fun in that? I would like to go in day 1, and I would like to have some fun there. But I can't because I get stomped by the content. When it gets to heroic, this is where you make it a little bit harder, because it is a step up. So this is where I would say, now you kind of have to be prepared. Maybe you kind of have to know what the bosses are doing, or you have to be prepared to wipe quite a lot, because this is heroic. It's not supposed to be that easy. And then when you get to mythic, this should basically be unpuggable unless you're going with a godlike group. Because that is meant to be the most extreme, hardcore 1% of the 1% kind of play styles. The issue with World of Warcraft. So I remember we smashed. What was this raid again? In Warlords of Draenor, the very first raid. What was it called again? High Mall, I think. We smashed High Mall in about an hour and a half on normal. It was out for an hour and a half, and we basically smashed it. We didn't complain or care because it was normal. And by the way, we smashed it in an hour and a half without anyone watching guides, without anyone having a fucking clue what they were doing there. We didn't know what the bosses were doing, but we were good. Hey, my guild was literally a top 10 Kazakh guild at the time. So my guild was good. They knew what the fuck they were doing. Everyone knew how to play their class at max. So we basically went in there. I think we wiped twice or maybe 3 times in the entire raid. But we were done because it was easy. Of course we could do it. We knew that we could do the mythic version as well. So that was just sort of like wasting our time a little. That's the point. Normal should be a smash for anyone that has any skill. It shouldn't be a smash for anyone that doesn't. Otherwise, why do you have these difficulties?
And I think that this has been something that's been pushed by a lot of high-end players over the years. And I feel like over time, you know, like I've kind of learned the error of my ways, but I think, you know, especially early on, it's something that I unfortunately promoted as well. I think what's happened a lot is that you have the game becoming increasing.
No one is saying that you shouldn't be able to do it, Cass.
I'd like to offer another theory. I think Asmongold's experience now is not a result of difficulty, but a result of time gating. Blizzard has been doing this type of hidden time gating for some time. If you wait for a few weeks, you will have got items for free from World Boss and those things, and the bosses will have been nerfed. The problem is they do not want ordinary players to finish normal in week 1.
No one said that you should be able to finish normal in week 1. But you should not spend 3 hours only managing to get 3 bosses down. And from what I've heard, some of the bosses were purely by luck. Like, just forced. Like, brute forced to get the boss down. That is ridiculous. After 3 hours, you should at least be, like, halfway in. Right? You should at least be halfway in. If after 3 hours, you're still basically going, oh my god, dude, we can't even get this boss down. Because it wasn't like he just said, oh, well, you know, it's going well, we're really doing this fast, but I'm just going to leave because it's too hard. No, they couldn't get it down. They couldn't get the next boss down. So what's wrong with not doing it on the first day? Why do you have it available on the first day if you're not going to allow people to basically get some of it down on the first day? If you want to sort of stop people from getting through the whole raid on the first week, that's fine. But then make that clear. So in other words, have different bosses on different item level settings, for example. So for example, the first boss is, say, 250 or whatever the item level is right now. First bosses you can do at 250. But after the first 3 bosses, you're going to need to be at 260 because that's really what that content is geared for. So you can do it at 250, but if you want an easier time, 260 is the way to go. But don't make the raid available. People want to get in and actually do the raid and get some gear, but they can't actually do it because, you know, it's not doable. It's too difficult. And we're not even talking about nerfing it to the ground. Just to make sure. We're not talking about nerfing it to the ground. We're talking about making it accessible so that everyone has a chance of doing it. And before you go again, before anyone goes, dude, look, it's the first day, they should have been more prepared. You want to know what happens? You want to know what happens to the people who wipe on the first day, who can't get 3 bosses down after hours inside the raid? They don't give it a second day, or a third day, or a fourth day, or next week, or the week after. They're done. They're done. So you have effectively lost a bunch of players who's just not going to attempt it again. They've been in there, they've been frustrated, fuck that raid. I can't do it, I'm not good enough. It's normal. You should be good enough to do normal. It's not heroic or mythic. So why? You're chasing people away for what purpose? For what reason are you chasing those people away? Because not everyone's going to stick with it. A lot of people are just going to go, well, no, I guess this is not my type of content then.
Designed for the bottom and top 10% of players. You see the game that is designed to have a no-lose mode like LFR, and then you have the game that's designed to have like 15 different nerfs until it's really in its final state in Mythic. I think that these extremes are not necessarily catering to that middle 80% of players that just want to play a fun game that's easy to understand, that is just not overly punishing, is not overly stressful. And I feel like a lot of the raids that happen now, there are a lot of things that you're seeing, you know, one-shot mechanics in normal mode even.
No one's going to do that, Cassio. If they beat normal too easy, they're going to say, well, I guess I have to go do heroic now. And if you're complaining about heroic being too hard, that's when you say, dude, get good. That's heroic. It's literally in the name, heroic. Normal, heroic's harder. If you can't do heroic, that's your problem. Then maybe you shouldn't be in heroic. Or maybe you should get a bit more prepared before you try heroic. But we have to start thinking about, like, there should be steps of difficulty. Because if you're telling me that, well, they just fuck them, so what are they supposed to do then? If we're saying, look, if you can't fucking do it, fuck you. So what are they supposed to do? What would be the answer here, chat? You don't have to agree with him, but in this instance, I do believe you're wrong. You should, if you're gonna have difficulty levels, they should mean something. And what they should mean is they should cater for different players. LFR is for those people who really don't give a fuck about raiding. So LFR doesn't really count. Normal is for people who really isn't good enough to do heroic or mythic. They don't have the time, or they don't have the energy, or they don't want to, but they should still be able to do normal. Heroic is for those people who aren't good enough. They are raiders, but they're not good enough for mythic, so they get to struggle a little bit on heroic before they get it down. And mythic is for the 1%. Currently, heroic is basically for the 30% top players in World of Warcraft. Heroic is for the 20% top players in World of Warcraft, and mythic is for the 1% of players in World of Warcraft. So what does the 70% of World of Warcraft do? What are they supposed to do? Are they just not allowed to have content? Should they just go into LFR? Are they not allowed to go in with a group that isn't just completely random fuckheads to go AFK the whole time? Because if that's the case, let's just remove normal. Let's just have normal removed, and let's not pretend like we give a fuck.
On some of the earlier bosses, these are not things that we used to see back in Legion and BFA. And I think that you can easily say that Well, like get good. Like this is just how it is now. But I don't think that this is necessarily an improvement. I think that
No.
again, this is something that is an escalation between developers of add-ons and
Snow, how you
the
doing, bro?
highest 1% of players, and also Blizzard, where Blizzard continues to try to challenge those players, and those players continue to overcome those challenges through skill-based and also artificial means like add-ons. And the process of that and the outcome of that is that many other players that are just somewhere in the middle that just want to raid for fun or whatever end up getting left out. And I feel like a lot of those people, they go into a raid that is very hard to do without a lot of communication and coordination, etc. And I don't think communication and coordination is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like the amount of things you need to be aware of and the amount of things you need to do are increasing a lot, especially if you compare it again to something like Warlords of Draenor or something a little bit more recent like Legion. And I feel like this has been a ongoing trend now for years, and I think that
When you say prepared for a raid, what do you mean? So I'll use Final Fantasy as an example here. If you go into a normal trial in Final Fantasy with a group that isn't at all prepared for that normal trial, how long do you think it will take you to get the normal trial down? Lefers, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How long do you think it will take you in general? Yeah, maybe like an hour. Yeah? Maybe max, let's say, an hour. Because normal is meant to be just fun. Yeah? It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be for everyone. Then you go into a hard trial. And how long do you think that would take you? Like, remember that anyone who does the hard would have done the normal already. But how long do you think it will take people, a group that is completely random, you just pug this, for a hard trial to get down? Can we say pretty much maybe, again, an hour? Maybe two, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, right? If it's like, if it's really a group that's baseline, they're sort of not the best, but they know kind of what they're doing. You know, they have raided before. And then you go extreme, or is it savage next? Which one is next? It's hard. What's after hard? Extreme. So let's say you go into an extreme trial with a group that is completely unprepared. Like they have no idea what they're doing outside of the normal and the hard that they've done. How long do you think that's going to take them to do? I can tell you, Lazy Prep, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can tell you that getting Great King Moogle down with a complete pug took us 4 hours and we still couldn't get it down. Because it's not that Great King Moogle is a difficult boss necessarily, but it is one that requires a lot of coordination. Because you effectively have a shit ton of adds that cannot be killed. You have to bring all of them down to about 10% HP. Then you kill one. He heals all of them, raises them, basically. Loses his HP, the equivalent of what he had to heal. And then you keep repeating that while dodging a shit ton of stuff. We kept wiping. Couldn't get it down. After 4 hours, I eventually said, okay, screw it. I'm going to go back to the MSQ. Because the people in the group didn't want to get onto Discord. That is the perfect difficulty jump. Because I was in extreme. I was doing it at the hardest difficulty that you can do it at. It's supposed to be difficult. If it takes me 4 hours with a group to get it down, that's normal. I can't complain about that difficulty setting. I chose to do extreme. I can tell you now, I would have been peeved as fuck if normal Good King Moogle wiped me for 4 hours. Until you have no evidence that they didn't at least do that. You have no evidence that they didn't at least do that. And also, I will also just say that that isn't even a thing in Final Fantasy. The thing is, you learn the boss as you do it. That is how it has been designed. And that's literally the point. In World of Warcraft, you can't learn the boss as you go. There's too much shit that you have to focus on. So you need a shit ton of add-ons. I've seen Raiders screens. Like, they can see this much of their fucking character. The rest is all add-ons telling them how to play their fucking game. And then they get mythic bosses down and they go, oh, look at me, big dick. I can do mythic bosses. I'm like, yeah, bro. If you don't have an entire AI system playing the game on your behalf, you wouldn't be able to kill the first boss on mythic. And if you don't believe me, literally ask any mythic raider to turn off all of their add-ons and let's see how they go. I've done it before. It's hard. Once you have no add-ons, World of Warcraft becomes next level fucking hard. Because the things that Blizzard throws at you with their boss design is stupid. There's mechanics in there where one person makes a mistake, it wipes the raid. And then that one person can make a mistake so fucking easily that it becomes almost annoying to do the raid at that level. Now, I'm saying if you want to have those difficulty settings when it comes to mythic raiding, go for it. Go for it. Absolutely, you're welcome to do so. But not on normal. No, there's no place for that on normal.
You can see the amount of completion rates for each different raid tier going down every single time as evidence for the fact that they have become increasingly less approachable. Let's say that. Less approachable. And I also think that this is a problem because I'm going to be honest, guys. Like, this is so that's what I think about WoW raids. I think that WoW raids have just gotten like too hard for an average player, and I think it's just too much. And again, like, I can do it. It's fine. Like, I've done all of the fights pretty much on Mythic up until BFA, really.
Sorry, guys. I'm just pausing because my fucking internet is acting up again. So I'm just pausing, waiting for it to balance itself out.
And so it's not like I can't do this stuff. It's more that I don't really want to. And I think that's another real problem that the game has had, is that I don't really know how much of this is like me.
God, Elixir, you hit the nail on the head. And again, I just want to say, anyone that disagrees with Asmongold here and says that, oh, well, you weren't prepared, you didn't know what the fuck you were doing, it is on you. He has done this since Legion. Since Legion, he has gone into the game every single time on day one and cleared normal raid with a complete random pug group from his channel who didn't have a clue what they were doing, and they were able to do it. Shadowlands is the first time that they aren't able to do it. So, what changed? What changed?
Personally, and how much of this is just the game not inspiring me. But I don't really care about getting the new gear or anything like that in the game.
True.
Because I just know that it'll get replaced by something that I loot out in the open world next patch. Or next expansion, I think, is fair. But many times next patch will completely invalidate efforts I had made in the previous patch. And I never really feel like I have any sort of permanence for my gains that I have that I used to maybe feel back in Burning Crusade or Classic, for example.
Yeah.
And even if you contrast that with Lost Ark, whenever I make progress in Lost Ark with, let's say, my cards, or let's say, I don't know, Mokoko seeds or some other bullshit, right? There's always like an overarching goal that you're working towards that will not be invalidated whenever the next content patch comes out.
Yeah.
And I think that goal to work towards and not having to worry about that gives me a lot more motivation to continue playing.
True.
And to continue working towards those goals.
True and real. True and real, dude. So, we spoke about this, I think, last week. One of you fuckheads in chat actually said this, and I wish I could remember which one of you can't said it, because it was just so on point. So on point. The constant deregulation of content to make way for new content devalues the currency and the importance of the current content. Because you are enacting with something like, say, for example, Zeroth Mortis rares and the gear there. But you know that this is going to be removed in a couple of months. So now you're looking at this content and you think, well, what's the point of this content? What's the point of this content? Nobody needed an add-on in Classic and still you couldn't pug a raid? Well, actually, no. In Classic, people did pug raids. The difficulty in Classic was more limitations to the game itself than really... people did pug, guys. My friend, for example, did almost every single raid in Classic in pugs. He didn't have a guild at the time because he was new and he didn't know that guilds was really a thing that you needed. So he would constantly just pug. I remember him always bitching and moaning about having to stand for hours inside Stormwind and spam, looking for tank, 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 until he could finally get a tank ready to go pug. So no, people did absolutely pug. Because back then it was really just the case of you just need to fight the game mechanics and then also fight the boss mechanics.
Because I know that those goals are not building a castle on sand. And I feel like that's the way that I felt about WoW raiding. And I think that a lot of this has also been a personal paradigm shift for me. And I've realized this with raiding in multiple games. I remember I was raiding with Cody, and we were doing Ifrit, minimum item level, no echo, and I was doing it with him. And we had like healers that were standing in like the red circles, and like, you know, like Ifrit does like a hateful attack towards like a ranged player or like a healer or something like that, and you have to like move out. And you have people that were not moving out, and they just kept doing it wrong, getting hit by the charges. And like I was doing this for an hour, and like after about 3 pulls, I wasn't having fun anymore. I think that for me, like I've lost a lot of my personal, on a personal level, I've lost a lot of my patience for a lot of like competitive and like hard group content. I feel like it's always been
true.
Truth is, I never really liked raiding. I've only liked the gear that I get from raiding. And I think that's very, very strongly evidenced by the fact that whenever I raided back in Siege of Orgrimmar and Dragon Soul, the day that I got my last piece of gear was the last day they saw me. I was done. I was that guy, and I don't raid anymore because I know it's a toxic attitude to have, and I don't want to, I know that about myself, and so I don't want to be that guy. So because of that, I don't really like raiding. I don't like doing group content. I don't like feeling like I'm being held back by other people. The people are not making mistakes or not learning or picking up on things that I feel like they should be. And I also don't want this to seem like I'm somehow some patron saint that never makes mistakes. I'm sometimes the person who's holding people back. I'm sometimes the person who is doing low damage. I'm the person who can't figure out a mechanic. I'm the person who's the problem. And I feel like it's just, my patience for those kinds of things over the years has just really gotten to pretty much zero. And it doesn't really matter if I'm doing Savage or, minimum item level, no echo in Final Fantasy.
The Char, thank you much for the primes. I did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Found you on YouTube and enjoying the content. Keep up the good work. Bro, I promise to do so. Thank you so much for coming by. Really happy to have you. Asmongold does make a good point here, FYI. When you're no longer really enjoying a game or enjoying certain aspects of a game, it becomes difficult to convince yourself to continue doing things that you maybe in the past would have done because you really enjoyed, say, certain elements of the game and therefore you wanted to continue to do the game. So it is sort of a dual thing. There's obviously going to be people in World of Warcraft who are fine with spending the first 3 weeks wiping on normal with pugs and eventually getting it down. Obviously, because there's always... You think of the game, and there's going to be people who play it. There's people who play mobile games for a living, so let that sink in. if there is a game out there, there's people who's going to fucking play that game. And there's people who's going to enjoy the game. And that's perfectly fine. That's what gaming is all about. The thing is that I think once you start disliking something, or once you lose a lot of your interest in something, the failures or the shortcomings of a game starts to show itself a lot more clearly. So the second you reach that point where you're no longer having fun, but maybe you don't exactly know how you're why you're not having fun, but you're not really having that much fun, then suddenly things in the game start popping up, and you start realizing, oh, Jesus, I hate that. Fuck, I wish that wasn't there. This is horrible. This is horrible. So it sort of feels to a lot of people that maybe still enjoy doing it or don't have a problem doing it, it sort of feels like you're just, pointing out everything as a mistake. But that's because the veil that you previously had on of I'm at least having fun, so I'll ignore all of the bad stuff, that veil is gone. So now when the bad stuff starts showing itself, you immediately notice this. Oh my god, this is fucking horrible. I hate this.
Whether I'm doing something in Lost Ark, whether I'm doing something in World of Warcraft, the overall feeling that I have is that I don't want to waste my time because somebody else can't figure something out. And it's weird for me to think about this, because as somebody who's raided in WoW for many years and enjoyed it to a certain degree, or at least, as I said before, enjoyed the gear, and I just did it for so long. How could this really happen? I think that some of the reasons why it's happened is that, especially like raiding on stream, and there's always like in my mind, my dad is like very much into like economics, and he's executive at a company, and so like growing up, he taught me a lot of these ideas, right? Opportunity cost. And so I'm thinking opportunity cost in my head, man, I could be farming mounts right now, but instead of that, I'm sitting here wiping because, Billy can't figure out left from right. And it's just, I'm sorry, but I'm just really not having a good time. And it just frustrates me. And I feel like I'm just
everyone
so
has a
particular
Billy.
about how I want to play and who
Every
I want to play
raid
with,
group has a fucking
whenever
Billy.
I go into like a pug or something like that, and it doesn't work out, I just get so frustrated and pissed off, and it's just a bad experience for everyone. And so I think it's probably a little bit my fault for that, because at the end of the day, I mean, it's my responsibility to have a good experience in the game to a certain degree. And, whenever you set yourselves up for failure and you fail, maybe that's not necessarily somebody else's fault.
Vidux, that's what happened to me. I still love the challenge of raiding. It's one of the reasons I would love to do the extremes, but they're no longer that important to me. If I played Final Fantasy 10 years ago, we would be doing every single extreme after every single after every single expansion, because I would want to get that down before I continue. Whereas it is true. So when I used to play all my single player games on the hardest difficulty first time round, because I want that challenge. Yes, I want the story too, but I really want the challenge. These days, almost every single game I play, I go normal. If there is a difficulty slider, I go for the normal difficulty. I want some challenge, but I don't care for an overarching amount of challenge. I just want to see the story, just want to have some fun, play the game, enjoy myself. I have no interest in big dicking it like, oh my god, I did it on God mode. So, I did it on normal, and I saw the story the same way you did. So, congratulations on you doing it on God mode. I did it faster, and I enjoyed the story more as a result of that.
Maybe it is my fault. I think that for me, whenever I go through and I do a raid like Sepulchre or something like that, some people ask me, they're like, well, why did you think you could do it whenever, you just invited a bunch of random people from the stream and, nobody knew what was going on? And it's very simple. It's because it's worked. It's worked. It worked in Legion. It worked in WoD. It worked in BFA. It's worked every time pretty much. And so, yeah, of course I thought we could do it because we've done it before. And that's what I've said before, is that the raids have gotten harder. And I think that this is also not the raid getting harder itself. It's also the fact that Alliance has gotten deader. And I remember I went and I made a group just on Horde.
Laser Prep, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. If14 wants us to enjoy the game, raids are just one part. Plus just wants players to stay subbed and don't have a lot of content aside from raids. So they got to make it take longer. Very true. True and real, bro. And by the way, this part is something I did hear a lot of people talk about with this whole Asmongold controversy. Is the fact that Asmon took a ridiculous amount of time to actually get a raid group together. Because there are very few people still on Alliance side. And so getting an actual group together is becoming harder and harder. Because, you know, there just isn't people to play. And that can lead to a lot of frustration as well. Which is one of the reasons I've said remove the factions in WoW. Because right now the factions serve only to frustrate a bunch of people.
To see how many people would theoretically join if I went to make a group on Horde. And I had about, I don't know, 250 people that queued up, like within 2 or 3 minutes of me making the group. And then I'm back on Alliance, and we're struggling just to find one healer. So it's just such a artificially bad experience. And I can't wait for 9.25 to come out, so I won't have to deal with it anymore. But it's like, not only is the raid harder, not only are we not as prepared as maybe we used to be, right? We probably were a little bit more prepared back then. But not only are we not as geared, but on top of that, like, all the good people that were in the raid that used to fucking carry the damage, they're gone. They're on Horde now because they're the ones that care about their character, and so they're fucking gone. And so it's just insult to injury, insult to injury, insult to injury, and you just end up having a really bad experience. And it's like, I don't want to swap. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm not going to swap to Horde. Fuck that. I'm not swapping to Horde. Like, I'm not. I'd rather.
This is one of those times where I absolutely disagree with Asmon, because Asmon, that's just a stupid thing to say. The fact that you're still Alliance is the real problem here, Asmon. You should be Horde. You should have been Horde from the beginning. I don't know why you would play on a subpar faction. You guys have no story. When you do have story, it's shite, right? The most story you've seen is when your fucking prince or king turns into, well, basically Arthas 2.0. And that was everyone's story. That wasn't just yours. So really, dude, you just need to come over to the superior faction here. That's really on you. This is no one else's fault.
To be honest with you, I would rather quit the game. And it's not because I hate the Horde. My first character was Horde. It's like a fucking personal thing. Like, if I have to pay you $25 because you can't balance your game, I'm fucking done. And I think another big factor with this is the fact that, like, whenever I play on Lost Ark, especially, I really, and Elden Ring too, I fundamentally enjoy playing my class. I fundamentally enjoy playing the game, like hitting the abilities, watching the numbers, etc. Now, Warrior in retail WoW, it does definitely have its, its high points, of course, but for the most part, like, I mean, I compare, like, playing a Berserker in Lost Ark or playing a Dark Knight in Final Fantasy to playing a Warrior in retail WoW.
There's no comparison, I think.
It's not as good. It's just simply not. I feel like the retail WoW raids also have a lot of unnecessary friction. Some friction feels good, but too much of it can cause cuts and tears. And I feel like we came out pretty fucking bloody at the end of the raid. We're sitting there, we've got to rebuff constantly. We have to run all the way back to the instance. McConnell had war mode on, so healers couldn't heal him, so he had to go back to Stormwind or something like that to turn off war mode.
What fun is that?
what the fuck, dude? Like, what is this? And it's just that there's so much friction. So you have to pull the trash mobs, and it's like the trash mobs are honestly, in my opinion, the least of my concern. Yeah, you pull the trash, maybe you get a BOE, you know, pull another lever on the slot machine. Who gives a fuck? But it's like running all the way back to the boss every single time. Like, oh my god, the rebuffing and then waiting for that. And
it's literally one of the things I love most about Final Fantasy Trials is as soon as my loading screen ends, I'm looking at the boss. Like, there's no running to the boss. There's no clearing trash. I load into the fight and I see the fuckhead right in front of me. Welcome, dude. I see you there. Maybe I see a cinematic, but if I've already seen the cinematic, the boss is right there. I don't have to worry about running anywhere. If we wipe, you literally start. So this is what's cool. When you wipe, you literally, you start in the room. You don't even get thrown out and you have to re-sign up. You literally just start in the room again. Raise and go. Raise and go. Raise and go. Raise and go. It's just rinse and repeat. Let's do this. So much better. So much more streamlined.
And then you have to do a countdown. It's like the downtime between each pull is very, very high. And if you compare that to something, again, like Final Fantasy or Lost Ark, it just simply doesn't exist. And so people say, like, oh, wow, Final Fantasy, you know, it ruined WoW rating for them. To a certain degree, you're right. I mean, you're right. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, we don't have to do it. Why the fuck do we have to do this? This is great. We just go and pull the boss again, right? And it's like, for me, I'm a person that gets frustrated very easily, okay? Maybe...
Bram, you bastard. Thank you so much for the Prime tip. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most generous chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very much appreciated. I love the fact that you guys are giving me money. I promise to spend it on useless shit. I enjoy a bit of trash. I don't think the trash in World of Warcraft is the biggest issue, but I will say I love the fact that there are no trash in Final Fantasy XIV. From what I've heard as well, like Heavensward was the last time that there were trash anywhere. I don't even think the raids in Stormblood have trash. So Final Fantasy basically have just reached the point. Kirkenroller, thank you for the Prime. I did really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For Final Fantasy, I think they've recognized and realized that, hey, we don't need this. People don't need trash. And even in Heavensward, I will say the trash that we did get, a lot of it felt more like a bit mini-bossy, if that makes sense. Like, you would get trash, but a lot of the time you would actually get something that's more akin to a mini-boss. It would take a little bit of time for you to actually get it down, and it would sometimes have some of the mechanics that you would get in the fight. Iora, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, guys, my stream is still dropping frames like fucking no one's business. Don't tell me the stream is down now, because it did drop frames, but it should still be on. I would say if you're going to have trash, trash should never serve as a sort of a wall to slow you down, if that makes sense. Trash should serve as a learning curve. So if you're gonna have trash, do something like mini bosses, where the mini boss has some of the mechanics of the boss that people can already get a little bit used to it and be like, oh, okay, so this is what he's gonna do. No problems, right? We know that these mechanics are going to be present within the boss. But don't just throw like fucking waves and waves and waves of trash at the player that literally means nothing, because trash won't wipe you. Trash is just boring. If you want to have trash, then that trash has to be dangerous. So then absolutely build such a thing that is like so hard that people can actually wipe to it, so it becomes another mechanic within the raid. But if you're just gonna have trash that falls over when you look at it, that just feels annoying after a while, especially when it fucking resets. Like, trash should absolutely never reset. Once you've killed it, it should be dead. You should never have to kill it again.
Nobody knew that before, but I am. And so because I get frustrated so easily, it's like, I'm not heroic Ragnaros where it's a 25-minute enrage. I'm like Cruel where it's a minute and a half. And as soon as somebody dies, I'm already fucking pissed. And so I get frustrated very easily. And so like, I feel like WoW raids have a lot of very tilting elements to them. Like you have a raid of like 20 people and like 2 people die and you can't res one of them. And in Final Fantasy, you can res them and you can recover from mistakes like that more often.
Yep.
And it feels more like you're learning and you can actually have like a turnaround. But in WoW, it feels more like a wipe, feels like a slow death. It's like you're just slowly, like you're 6 out of 30 people alive in a raid, or like 16 out of 35 people alive in a raid, 30 people alive in a raid, and like the boss is at 50%, and it goes on for 3 more minutes, and the boss goes down to 23%, and he casts an ability that people can't meet the DPS check for, and they fucking die. It's just like, oh my god, like what is going on? Oh wow. And it just drives.
I don't even. I rarely even think about the fact that you can raise as many times as you want in Final Fantasy. Now, the way Final Fantasy deals with that is every single time you get raised, I believe your damage is lower for a minute. And if you die within that minute again, your damage is even lower. So you can... Fatina, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So there's penalties to raising someone. You don't want to die because things can get really fucking bad really fucking quickly. But yes, because there is those mechanics that can recover you, that can help you continue to see the fight. So we did this on Twintania, to give you guys a good example. On Twintania, the first phase, some of us kept dying. Either myself or sometimes someone else would die, but there would always be someone that's dead. And the raise, the fact that people could just raise, was actually actually allowed us to see the end of the first phase and then see the next phase. So we could actually start seeing the second phase. So we could learn as we went along. And then that second phase, again, people would die with where Twintania sort of, you know that one where she dives? Like she fucking flies across the battlefield. So constantly people would get hit there. With my MS, I was still not exactly sure how quickly I should be moving out as soon as he does that. So that sort of screwed me a little. So I had to be very careful with how and when I should move. And even when I died, I could still get raised. So it's not the end of the world. You can still see the fight. You can keep going for a bit, which you really can't do, sadly, in Final Fantasy, in World of Warcraft. A wipe or a death usually means you're going to wipe eventually.
It's me fucking crazy, and it's just like I do something like that, and I'm just not having fun. And I don't know really if this is an age thing. I personally don't really think that it is. I think that it's just an opportunity cost type thing, because back whenever I would do the raids in those other games, etc., I also hated it even then. But
Power Kirby, you actually make a very good point there. It's also less fun for the person that actually made the mistake. Because in WoW, if you made a mistake and you died, you are basically sitting there for as long as your group can hold on, not doing anything. So I'll tell you what has happened in my guild way back in the day. We'll do a fight, and then we'll have someone that consistently dies on a very specific mechanic. The rest of us will keep going, because it's only one death. There's 19 more people able to do it, so we keep going. Yeah? So we keep seeing different phases. There's more phases to come here. We stopped raising that person who continuously died on the same fucking mechanic over and over again, because we don't want to waste the raise on someone who doesn't get the mechanic. The problem is that person can now not get the mechanic because, well, they're not getting raised. So they don't actually get do the mechanic. They're just watching everyone else do the mechanics while they don't get to learn. So it just it prolongs the learning experience for everyone because, well, some people are basically constantly floor tanking.
But I didn't really have anything else that I felt like I could do. And I think now with like my stream and being in a place that it is, I think to myself, well, you know, I could be doing this, which I don't really think is that entertaining or that fun to watch. And I could do that, or I could go and I could play Elden Ring. I could go play Lost
Little
Ark,
Jokery,
or
thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that.
Welcome
to the channel. Thank you.
Watch videos or do something else that's fun.
Yep.
And I think that word fun is really what it comes down to for me, is that I don't really find WoW raids and progressing in them fun.
True, Bun Buns.
It's just not fun. That's all there is to it. I just don't enjoy them. I feel like I never really have, but I've always made excuses for it, like, oh, well, it's good for stream content, or, oh, it's good for gear. You know, like, this is a really good piece of gear, I've got to do it. But nowadays, I just don't really have the same motivation to do that. And I think, again, it comes from a lot of different places. It comes from playing other games. It comes from, in my opinion, the increase of the amount of mechanics and responsibilities an average player has in a raid. So it becomes harder to pug. There become more ways that you can fail and less ways that you can succeed. And just also a diminishing and dying alliance population on retail WoW. And you just put all of these things together and you just end up with not having fun. And it's weird because, like, I want to log on and I want to play WoW, but, like, what do I really want to do on WoW? I just want to farm mounts and farm transmog and maybe do, like, some raids with the boys, you know, some easy raids and
with the
boys, just goof around and fuck around, right? I don't really want to do a bunch of, like, hard, like, group content. I love the Mage Tower. I love soloing Guardians in Lost Ark. I love Elden Ring because I can fight hard bosses, and or at least they're supposed to be hard. Not whenever I have the weapon that I have, though, which is pretty nice. And so it's not that I don't really like challenges. I think that I do like challenges. It's just that my tolerance for group challenges and the frustrations that come with that have really just gone down over the years. And at this point now, I don't really have fun whenever I feel like my time is getting wasted and I feel like I could be doing something better with it. And I think that's kind of what's happened over the years, and that's probably what the biggest paradigm shift has been, is that I just don't have to do it, and I don't want to. I think that's really all it comes down to. And it's not something that's been...
I think this is also a very streamer-specific gripe. So there are obviously streamers who really don't give a fuck, right? They'll literally just do the same thing over and over, and it doesn't really matter to them whether or not their chat enjoys what they're doing. Because they're just streaming for themselves and their chat is just sort of hanging out for whatever purpose. But if you're someone who focuses specifically on what your chat likes, so there's a bunch of things that I don't do at all on stream, ever, because I know you won't enjoy it.
Makes me wonder if he will actually go for the ultimates, which was the whole thing when he started FFXive. And he said that recently, before this raid and this realization, though. So I want to see what will he do in the game in the future.
We'll have to wait and see, my Tyrannodon, but Final Fantasy definitely have far fewer issues, far fewer barriers to entry. So it might be different in that regard, Mighty. Now, yeah, like I said, as a streamer, I tend to favor whatever you guys will enjoy over necessarily what I will enjoy. Because a lot of my streaming is finding that balance. Okay, I enjoy these things. I think my chat will enjoy these things. It seems like a nice marriage. But then there are things where I sort of go, I will enjoy this. My chat will fucking loathe this, or at least be bored out of their skull. So I'm gonna remove this. I'll do this on my own time. I'll do something else on stream. Barbecue stream when?
I think again
No
also
idea.
about, like, especially with my stream, whenever I'm sitting there wiping or I'm doing something like that, I always think to myself, like, would I have fun watching this? Would I have fun doing this? And the answer, in my opinion, is no. it's just not fun to watch. It's not fun to do. Sitting and watching people wipe on a WoW raid over and over and over, it just doesn't really excite me that much. And I don't think that it excites a lot of people that much. I feel like that's indicated by a lot of people's sentiment.
It depends. And this is where I will say it all depends. If what you're experiencing is genuine emotions of anger, sort of lashing out, screaming, yelling, losing your shit, that can be entertaining in its own way. But if you already feel the way that Asmongold feels about World of Warcraft, and then you also wipe for many hours on the raid, what ends up happening is you as the streamer start feeling frustration. Now, frustration isn't fun for anyone to watch, because that's usually where streamers start to go quiet. They no longer speak. They no longer make any noise. They literally just sit there. They're frustrated as fuck. They basically don't want to stream anymore because, well, everything's just going wrong. And the issue that I have and why I don't do things like that is exactly because it's not easy to get yourself out of that. Once you're in that mindset that you're frustrated, you're fucking annoyed, you can't just say, okay, I'm done with that, let's go have some fun again. Like, your brain doesn't switch that fast. You're now frustrated for the rest of the stream. So now everything is a bit frustrating.
Towards it. And I would rather do something that's a little bit more exciting and a little bit more fun. So it's a weird position to be in, because as somebody who loves WoW and, you know, I like playing the game a lot, it's just disappointing to see WoW and Blizzard pour so much resources and so much time into something that I feel like isn't really the end game for a lot of players. And I feel like it's not something that
it shouldn't be,
that really matters as much as Blizzard and some of the high-end players think it does. I feel like the game would be a lot better if we...
What has happened to every single hardcore MMO that's ever been released? Dark Age of Camelot, EverQuest, Lineage 2, what's that game that released actually fairly recently? WildStar. They eventually fizzle up and die, because hardcore players is maybe 1% of the 1% of your player base that is incredibly hardcore. The rest of the people are casual. They want to do casual things. So yes, I feel like Final Fantasy have struck that balance so perfectly. If you compare the amount of hardcore content that there is in Final Fantasy to the amount of casual content, you may as well say there is no hardcore content in Final Fantasy. If you were to do a side-by-side comparison of all the content in Final Fantasy, and then you were to say, okay, of this content, what percentage of this is a hardcore versus what percentage of this is sort of casual, friendly kind of content? There's a minuscule amount of really hardcore content in Final Fantasy. Everything else is meant for everyone else. And that's sort of what you want it to be, because that's the vast majority of your player base is going to be people who aren't hardcore, nor do they want to be hardcore.
We focused more on content that
Chocobo racing is
fun,
hardcore, yes.
It was interesting, and it was just unique. And it didn't have these type of fuck you mechanics that the raids do. And I feel like a lot of times whenever a new patch comes out in WoW, the main thing, like 90% of the patch, like 80% of the patch is the new raid. At least over half. Like, this is the main centerpiece of the content in the game. And we don't really have as many things like the Darkmoon Fair. We don't have things like, I guess, Gold Saucer in Final Fantasy, or, you know, a lot of the islands and in Lost Ark, or a lot of other features like in WoW, like the Mage Tower, etc. And the Mage Tower, which was a resounding success in Legion, and now again when they bring it back in Shadowlands, it's also a resounding success again. And despite some balance problems. But overall, this is really the way that I feel, is that I feel like raiding in WoW has just cannibalized so many other elements of the game that it just, like, there's so much development time and so much effort put into making the raids hard, making them well balanced, making them really well tuned, and having all these intricate abilities that, you know, function very well together, that are able to feed the egos of top 1%.
Jesus, that is so true. And I sort of wonder how much of the fun element of classes is removed from the game because they're too difficult to balance for the hardcore players. So you have these, like, maybe fun mechanics and fun stuff that you could add that people would really enjoy doing and having as an ability, but it has to be removed because they can't actually balance it. So then you lose it as a mechanic, as an ability. And basically what you've done is you've taken away content from 95% of the player base to give it to the 5% that you know, or to help the 5% actually be able to do stuff. Games should never be designed for the top 10% of the player base. You design your game for the bottom 90% of player base, and then you allow certain parts of the game to be accessible only by the top 10%. Because that's their game. The rest of the game belongs to the players who just want to play normally. Because games, after all, and I know this is going to be a shock to a lot of you in chat, and I apologize right now. This is your trigger warning. Sit down if you're not sitting down. What I'm going to say now is controversial as fuck, but it is the truth. I promise you. When I say it, there's going to be this part of you that is immediately going to be like, no, he didn't just say that. But if you really think about it and you let it stew for a bit, it's going to sink in. Games are fundamentally meant to be fun. That's it. That's literally the only reason for video games to exist, is to be fun. They're not meant to really be challenging. They're not meant to drive you to absolute fucking death or wanting to kill people or murder your entire family as a result of the game being too hard. WinCubes, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're meant to just be fun. And if your game isn't fun, maybe you've missed the idea of why you're supposed to be making video games in the first place.
Players, whenever they're able to overcome them, I just don't really feel like this is something that's appealing for an average player anymore. I don't feel like this is something that's fulfilling for an average player anymore. And I don't think the solution to that is to have an easier difficulty. I think the solution to that is to have better content that has more variety and it's more interesting. I think Zereth Mortis, like some of the content in there is kind of cool. Like the prototype thing where you can make the different mounts, etc. Like that's cool for sure. Yeah. But there's just really not a lot of depth to something like, you know, Korthia has been out a lot more, so I'd hope.
Harper, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
A lot more experience with it. There's not really a lot of depth with something like Korthia. And you just go in there and you do your daily quests and that's about it. There's not really a whole lot for a casual player that doesn't raid to do. And I think that's one of the big problems that WoW has had with retaining players, is that there's been so much of a focus on raiding. There's been so much of a focus on, you know, like pursuing these in-game repetitive systems, like raiding, Mythic Plus, like Arena, and like 3v3 Arena to be specific, really, and RBGs. That I feel like this content only appeals to a very small amount of people, and you don't really think about the amount of people that...
Bun Buns, Fun Buns. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay safe, dude. Enjoy your work. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow again.
Exist that just play the game, that want to have fun content that's good to do, that feels rewarding. Things like the Mage Tower, things like the Darkmoon Fair, things like the Islands in Lost Ark. Things that are just fun, not easy, but fun. And I feel like, again, fundamentally, raiding in WoW, watching your raid just slowly bleed out for 3 minutes until it's finally a wipe, and you have to spend 5 minutes running back. What did I do? It's just not fun. And the cinematics suck too. How the fuck is...
Oh, dude, that came as such a fucking surprise to me. I did not expect that.
Sylvanas gonna monologue at Arthas. Oh wow, you're such a piece of shit. I can't believe you got controlled by the jailer. Unlike me, who got controlled by the jailer. Get the fuck out of here. Who writes this trash? Oh my god.
The snoozer.
I can't wait for next week. I'm sure it'll be very fun. Anyway, that's kind of the way that I feel. I kind of wanted to make a video and talk about generally my feelings about WoW and like the PvE content in the game. And I hope you guys can see where I'm coming from. I hope this makes a little bit more sense to people that were a little bit more confused or frustrated with what I've said in the past. And I'd be curious to hear what people's feedback is and what their opinions are. Because I feel like there's a large amount of people.
Zero, thanks for the personal chat, dude. Really appreciate that.
And I'd be curious to see if that's really true. So leave me a comment, leave me a like, leave me whatever. And that's pretty much all.
I'll say, I'm really curious to see you watching ProJared's FFXI video. Yeah, I know, it is ProJared. But I think you will be really amused by it, and you will find it interesting.
I'll give it a go. Zero, by the way, I do remember the BFA in cinematic, which is, funnily enough, not as bad as this one. This one was worse. Erastius, I thought it was my dog, and then I listened to the bark, and I'm like, but my dog does not bark like that. It can't be mine. So I think it is his.
I've got. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. Until the next time. Peace.
Definitely deserves a like there. He still has more likes than dislikes compared to World of Warcraft's video, the cinematic. I think a lot of the points that Asmongold makes is absolutely spot on. And it genuinely does, I think, for the most part, speak to. Now, I have an extension that reveals the dislike counter on YouTube, so I can see likes versus dislikes. I literally installed it today so that I could see the dislike ratio on the new World of Warcraft cinematic, which is abysmal, by the way. It's more than 50% that dislike it. But yeah, no, my thing sort of about this is just there's more and more people, I feel, that is waking up to the fact that World of Warcraft just doesn't have the same approach to what a video game is supposed to be than what most people want a video game to be. And that disconnect is going to be bad. In a few years, that disconnect is going to cause a lot of problems. Anyways, what did you guys think? Like, I sort of did check throughout the video. Most of you seem to agree quite heavily with what Asmon is saying. Some people disagreed with what Asmon is saying. So what do you guys what's your overall feeling about what Asmongold said here? Yeah, the removal of the dislike button makes no fucking sense. Parker, be very true. He's spot on, fair, 100% agree. That was great 10 years ago because it stole good things from other games. Now they don't do that, so the game is ass. Also, the writers need to be fired yesterday because, my god, so bad. It sounds like he's close to having enough of WoW. Arbua, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. 100% agreed. Asmon has grown up like a lot of us. We like different things now. WoW has really grown up and hasn't really grown up in the past years. Nigga Spider, I so agree with that. It sort of goes into what we were saying literally at the start of the stream. While everyone else, the gaming audience and the gaming community and the sort of gaming industry have been growing up and changing, World of Warcraft sort of stuck to what it has done for the last 2 decades or almost 2 decades. And it feels like this is the audience. The audience has been going in this direction, and WoW continuously goes in this direction. So that divide just keeps getting larger and larger as World of Warcraft keeps going, well, you know, this is what worked in the past. And the audience goes, yeah, we know that worked in the past, but we want these things now. Like, we don't care about what worked in the past. It was good when it was in the past. But it's no longer in the past. Like, catch up with the audience. Go back to what your audience actually wants. Asmongold just took a break from FF, but he didn't quit FF. I think he said he's coming back to Final Fantasy after... when was it? When did he say... I think he's coming back to Final Fantasy after Elden Ring. Like, sometime after Elden Ring, he said he's coming back to Final Fantasy. Not playing. 9.2. Alright. We have one more video that we have to react to, because people asked. And that is the Preach video. Some of you really wanted this to be the first video that we reacted to. This is the second video that we're reacting to. But before we react to that, rating! I need to... Like, this is a lot shorter than the Asmon one. So, it's 11 minutes. I think we'll be here for about half an hour before we can start playing some Final Fantasy 14. Well, before we can start wiping on the Kugane Tower. But I need to go piss. Let's wash these hands a while, right? I think so, yes. Give me like 2 minutes, guys. I'm just quickly gonna take a break. I need to pee. Well, I'm literally just gonna take a break to pee, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. If you need to get a drink, because strap in, we're gonna watch Preach now. Get the drink now. I'll be right back. Oh, it's just, man, dude. Tomorrow's last day of the gym, and my body needs to break. Oh, fucking hell. Valid response. Kind of disappointed about Tally. Who? What's it? What? Didn't you? Where are the eels? Wait, whose response? But I keep getting distracted. Golden Saucer, Jason, I told you. I fucking warned you all. Do not, and I repeat, if you're still in the MSQ, do not go anywhere near the Golden Saucer. Anywhere near the Golden Saucer. Because that's the end of MSQ. You want to stay away from that as much as you can. I warned everyone, so it's on you if you keep making those mistakes. Golden Saucer will suck you in, and it will destroy your life. You'll lose your wife, your kids. Your wife will take your house. There'll be nothing left for you. So don't go to the fucking Golden Saucer. Alright, so Preach has a new video out. It says WoW's new raid is here, and I'm not playing it. Now, for those of you that didn't know, Lunari, how you doing? For those of you that didn't know, Preach used to be a very hardcore raider. So it is kind of weird that Preach isn't even interested in going back to raiding.
The raiding is back in 9.2. It's just launched, and for the first time ever, I am not there to play it. Which means only one thing, right? WoW bad, FF14 good. Yeah?
Probably does mean that in a little bit.
Obviously not. No, that is crazy. But it is a weird time for me, and we do need to talk about it, because, yeah, Zareth Mortis is out. I have not stepped foot in it. I haven't logged into WoW in 3 months. And the new raid comes out today, and I'm so hyped for everybody getting into it, as I've said many, many times recently. And I'm also going to be, and I'm so excited, in Hamburg, Germany, with Echo to cast the Race to World First in about a week. I'm flying out in about a week's time to be part of the Race to World First. I could not be more excited because, as I said when we and this is crazy, right? We do have to talk about this a little bit because it's mental. When I said I'm not covering World of Warcraft actively on YouTube anymore,
yeah,
people took that to mean you can never talk about World of Warcraft ever again.
Yeah, because literally what happened to me as well, when I said that I'm done with WoW lore, it was like, okay, so you're never allowed to speak about World of Warcraft lore ever a fucking game. It's like, no, bitch. It just means I'm done following it. I'm done, like, obsessing over it. If there's something cool or shit that happens, of course I'm going to talk about it, because guess what? My channel, my rules. You don't have to watch, but I still have the right to do whatever the fuck is fun for me.
So mad. It's really crazy. I don't understand how that's the message people received. I think most people just looked at the video title and just made up the reasons. Certainly the guys who were like, oh, he's making a big stand against the allegations and all the problems that Blizzard is having right now. No.
Wait, literally just search the comments for woke. You lost us up? Yeah, let's stop playing a game we've covered for years due to being woke. So what? Feeling it hurt, and these people need to grow the fuck up. Did you listen to him at all? He said game is shit for years and there is no effort to change. People are dead, telling others to grow up and just take it. The absolute irony. This is weak, too quick to tuck tail and run. Just such a woke knee-jerk reaction. What? Wait, on what video is this?
The guys who were like, oh, he's making a big stand against the allegations and all the problems that Blizzard is having right now.
Oh, no, this is when he said he's done.
That was the icing on the cake. That was absolutely the icing on the cake of the whole thing. Was like, I'm not happy with the game and haven't been happy for a really long time.
Yeah.
And then this was going on. It's like, that's it. You know, it was the tipping point for sure. But it was we're not making World of Warcraft content actively every day on YouTube anymore, right? That was the big deal. That was the point we were getting across. And I was very clear. One, I wanted to be a part of the Race to World First. Of course I do. It's fucking awesome. And two, I still continue to play World of Warcraft. Do you guys know, this is a real thing, right? This is a real thing. Do you guys know that there was a bunch of like conspiracy guys who went hunting, and this is so true, went hunting for my hidden WoW character in my armory. It was just my main character that I was very open about playing.
Dude, there are some people that really don't have a fucking life. There are some people that really do not have a life. Going out of their way to try and catch him, you know? Oh, we're gonna fucking find it, and we're gonna prove that he's just a hypocrite that sort of hates on World of Warcraft, but really doesn't, but he's hating on World of Warcraft because it gives him nice clicks and shit. I mean, you could try and find my hidden account. There is none. My main account is my main account. I have a second account, but that one hasn't been active for a long time. And my main account isn't active right now. So I definitely don't have anything to hide. I am not playing WoW.
And they went hunting down for characters that they would hunt. Just check the main character, right? If you're not going to if you're not going to listen to the video, why are you then spurred to go and try and find my hidden WoW character? If you just watched the video, you would know it was my main character.
Dude, I know this has nothing to do with the video, but classics, you make such a... I've been sort of writing... I'm in the process of writing a script about the tribalization of society as it pertains to video games specifically. Dude, I am so done with everything being tribal. And I realize tribalization is probably not a word, but I'm going to make it a word because why the fuck wouldn't I? But why is everything in this world consistently us versus them? Why can it not just be that I'm not liking this and I'm not liking this? And that's the end of it. You don't have to like it. Because no one forces you. No one can force you. But there is consistently these people. And I see it on my comment section. A lot of those people are now banned from my YouTube channel. Well, not banned. They're hidden. So their comments can no longer show up. But I've had so many people on my YouTube channel basically telling me, fuck you. Stop making World of Warcraft content. I don't want to watch this other shit. I'm like, dude, this has nothing to do with you. You don't get to tell me what the fuck I can and can't do. And there's people literally going, just pretend the game is good because we need you to cover the lore. I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like something is good just because the very thing, by the way, this was the best comment I've ever seen in my life. It was on one of my recent Final Fantasy videos. The guy went, oh my God, shilling so hard, trying to get a couple of clicks for Final Fantasy. Dude, stop the Final Fantasy shit. Just get back to WoW content. Even if it is bad right now, just try to look for the good or try to come up with a good story. And I'm going, so you're asking me to do the very thing that you're accusing me of doing right now? You're accusing me of pretending like Final Fantasy is good for clicks and then asking me to instead pretend like WoW is good for clicks. How about I just cover what I think is good and we leave it at that? How about we just do that? I'll cover what I enjoy and then you can, like, I don't know, watch or don't watch. It's really your choice.
I continue to play. I continue to raid Sylvanas with my friends for about 5 weeks. Something like that, so everybody can have a chance at getting the Lego bow and just play together. You know what it is? You just want to play together. But ultimately, I've been so unhappy with World of Warcraft for a really long time. And every day, I was like making videos for you guys that were negative. Ugh. You can imagine what that feels like. Every day, you come into a job you love. I absolutely love talking to you guys. And I'm like, right, I've got to play for like 8 or 9 hours at least to check out this zone. So for Korthia, it was like I was doing Korthia 3 or 4 times a day just to go through it, find new things and do all that, and then be like,
I will say, it's very difficult to... So people love going, you're just farming negative clicks right now. People don't seem to realize what toll farming negative clicks has on your own mindset. Like, trying to farm negative clicks, so being negative consistently about everything, it is so destructive to your own mental health. Because you can't help but eventually almost start believing in the negativity that you're peddling. I don't know how a lot of these negative Nellies on YouTube do it. These content creators that just straight up balls to the wall, everything is negative. And I'm talking about content creators that go out of their way to watch bad TV series so that they can make a video about how bad the TV series is. And I'm over here sitting like going, just don't watch. I saw the trailer for that series and I knew I didn't want to watch that series. So I didn't watch the series. And I'm also not making a video about how much I hate the series. I didn't watch the series. So we're good. And then there's actually content creators that I saw that took it the extra step. They complained after every single episode of the bad series that they're watching. Like, every single episode of the bad series that they're watching gets a video about that episode on how bad it is. And I'm going, dude, the fucking pilot was bad. How did you think it was going to get better? Stop doing this, because you are just destroying yourself at that point. And I've gone through it. So that's why I don't do it. I will be negative when I think it deserves negativity. I will be positive when I think it deserves positivity. But I will never get caught again in that cycle of negativity. Because once you're in it, you're in it. And you don't even realize how damaging it is to you as a person. I spent 5, almost 6 months of my life so fucking depressed. And I couldn't figure out how to get out of it. Like, I was making videos every day. I was really pushing. Makes Rage, thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I was making videos every day and I was really trying. But every day I would wake up and I would hate my job eventually. I would sit down in front of my PC and be like, I don't want to make a video right now, dude. I just don't want to. I really just want to sit here and fucking play a game or lie in my bed and watch movies all day. And it wasn't until about almost 6 months, like 5.5 months, that I recognized, wait a second, walk away from this. Go back to the things that you actually care about and love, and just walk away from that shit. You don't need that crap in your life. It's got nothing to do with you. And it didn't even take that long. It was like a week. And I was back to my old self. Gun of Patriot, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's not a lot going on here. They're going to change it. They're going to make it better, I think. And then Torghast comes out, and it's like,
yep.
You know, slightly better, I guess. There's some weird decisions going on. You know, things like that, where I just wasn't super hype. And I was doing that every day. Every single day. And of course, it was the best decision I ever made. In fact, there's a good idea of this, and this brings us to the topic, which is WoW bad, FF14 good, which is definitely the sides that people have fallen on for some reason. Probably because we made positive content on FF14. I imagine that's the reason.
Yeah,
it's not that hard to believe. It's like, oh, he's positive about that. Therefore, you know, WoW's negative.
Thank you very much, bro.
Because the other day, probably about a month or so ago, during the PTR testing of Zereth Mortis, there was big hubbub going on, and people were constantly asking me about it, which was the double legendaries, reputation, and how long it takes to get X and Y, and diligent farming became like a meme, and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, you know, in a different world.
Dude, I love how almost every creator in this space knows that diligent farming is the meme. I just love that. Like, every single creator says until the meme diligent farming, or oh my god, I just have to diligently farm this. I love how that's become a meme.
This is where my path diverged, guys. In one world, I am currently being brought to tears by the FF14 story.
Yeah.
And we got some videos coming up on that. I'm currently being brought to tears on that matter. In an alternative world, on that very same day, when all that hubbub was...
Tears in a good way. These are happy tears I'm crying. Well, they're sad tears, but they are happy tears. Because I like what I'm seeing here. And I really care about what I'm seeing here.
I could either be in that position where I'm having so much fun, having a wild time, I'm so emotionally connected that I'm being brought to tears. Alternatively, in a different world, on that very same day, I could have been making a video bitching about something in Zereth Mortis. Right? That was the two paths. On the very same day, when all that was happening, this is what's happening. This is what's happening here, and an alternative life on this side, I'm making that video instead. And that was the big eye-opening experience, is like, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I really do not want to do that anymore, because that sucks, right? And you guys get that. That fucking sucks. That's not fun. That's not interesting. That's not cool. But does it mean everything's perfect over here and everything's terrible over here? No, that's also crazy. It's really weird. There's a lot each game can learn from each other. And Chris has come to me and said we should do that. We should just do a good series of videos looking at what can each learn from each other, because they're so open to learn, especially on the Squeenix side. And WoW's showing that maybe it's there. We've had such great dev communication recently. Really, really good. Let's hope it keeps up, because we've had that in the past. And then it dies off when things get better. They tend to taper off.
I would say it's twofold. The one is when things get better, Blizzard will sort of go back into their little boxes. Or when things get noticeably worse. So if there's like a massive dip and people are fucking very angry, Blizzard will also just sort of go back in their shell and just refuse to speak to the player base for months. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to WoD. In WoD, people were basically screaming at Blizzard for 9 months for some kind of feedback, some kind of update, and Blizzard just went dead ass quiet. They would not speak to the player base at all. And then with the launch of Legion, Blizzard was once again like, oh my god, let's talk, let's fucking get this, because people are loving it now. And then it went bad again, and Blizzard went quiet again.
They're like, okay, we did enough to get everybody kind of interested, and then they dial it back again. Which is, we've had that for many patches in World of Warcraft, which is like, we're going to be better at communication, we're going to be better at X and Y, and then they are for a short period of time, and then it dies off again. And things start getting back into the usual routine of like having bad systems, and then they try and fix the systems later on. The feed.
Like, I get why you do this as a company, because you keep thinking, okay, the player base is now very happy. We can probably chill out. We don't have to work so hard, you know, because we just have to keep doing the things that we're doing, and the player base is going to continue to be happy. The truth is, content creation and game development is very similar in this regard. If you do not keep a very close eye on the pulse of your community, be that a content creators community or a gaming community, you fall out of touch very quickly. So let's imagine I was streaming and I didn't have chat on the screen. So I couldn't see what you guys were typing at all. Yeah? How fun do you think the stream would be? How much fun do you think you'd have in a stream where the content creator is effectively talking about whatever the fuck he wants to talk about, regardless of what you have to say? You can say a million different things, and it never sways the content creator either way. Like, the content creator is just sort of going on and on and on about his own shit. It'll be like YouTube. But in YouTube, we have the comment section. I use the comment section exactly for that. I'll make a video and then I'll read your comments, because your comments will inform on something I should do better, something I should try and do different. You know, maybe I'm wrong about something, and someone will tell me in the comment section why I'm wrong about something. So again, on YouTube, we have that side of it, which helps. The comment section keeps you in check. But if you're a content creator who doesn't read the comment section at all, like you spend zero time going through your comment section, you don't care about chat, or you don't even live stream, you're very quickly going to find yourself out of sync with your audience. Because you're putting out shit, and your audience is trying to tell you, hey, we don't like what you're doing here. And you have no idea to know, because you don't pay attention to your community whatsoever.
Feedback's negative, and then they try and change it. But the huge exodus, which we do know has happened to other games, not just FF14 by any means, has been an eye-opening experience, I think, for a lot of players.
Yep.
And what I've mainly seen over the last few months, certainly since I stopped doing regular WoW content, is more and more players just seeing alternatives. Because World of Warcraft's strongest point for the longest time was that sunk cost fallacy and comfort zone. That you could go into WoW even if you were like a casual average player and it was comfortable, it was nice and comfortable. And I've seen this in real time when I've made, say, a stream invasion of a different MMO, and we've taken like 1,000+ people into not into a brand new MMO, but like an MMO that we're going to try out. And I've seen that number within the first hour drop to like 50 to 100 players because they got lost. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't understand the UI. And, you know, all these things that aren't comfortable and known, and that nice, safe blanket that you understand from WoW after playing it for probably over a decade like I did. And be like, I'm just lost and I'm confused.
This is New World. Looks like New World.
That happens all the time. But recently, more people have been like, okay, I can get used to this.
I will say, though, as well, I think a large part of this, and this might come as a very big surprise to a lot of people here, especially any of you in chat, and I do know we have quite a few people like that in the community who have never played World of Warcraft. Back in the day, if we go back 4 or 5 years, the vast majority of World of Warcraft players didn't even know that other games existed, dude. It's what I've coined the Blizzard gamer. So World of Warcraft, or Warcraft, served to convert a lot of non-gamers into gamers because of the success that Warcraft had itself. Blizzard, as a result, then moved on to World of Warcraft, and it converted a lot of non-gamers into what I like to call Blizzard gamers. These are people who play nothing else. They've never played anything else. They don't even have Steam. They've never had any need to have Steam. They have one launcher and one launcher only, and that is the Battle.net launcher. That's it. These were the same people who complained when Blizzard put Call of Duty on the Battle.net launcher. And I was like, how the fuck does that influence you whatsoever? Like, just don't click on the icon for Call of Duty and you're fine. Like, how is an extra icon on your launcher bothering you? Just don't click on it and you don't even have to know it's there. These are players who really don't have a clue about anything that exists outside of World of Warcraft. And I feel like the recent problems within Blizzard Entertainment, specifically the state of World of Warcraft, have forced a lot of those players to start looking elsewhere. And then they log on to YouTube and they see all these ex-WoW players having so much fun in games like Final Fantasy XIV, in games like Star Wars The Old Republic, in games like ESO, in Guild Wars 2. These are all the games that I'm still going to be giving a go eventually. And they sort of realize, wait a second, but there's actually a lot of fun things out there that I never even knew existed. Maybe I should give these other things a little bit of a go as well. Like, let's see how these other games do. And I think the secret, specifically about behind Final Fantasy success, is so much of it is very similar to World of Warcraft. So much of it, if you're a World of Warcraft player, there's a lot of things in Final Fantasy that just automatically makes sense to you. If you compare that to something like ESO, where you don't have that clear-cut class design system, and you know you can basically build a mage to be a tank or a healer depending on the skills that you take. This can be a very high learning curve for a player that is so used to, I'm a holy priest and that makes me a healer. Yeah. So if I choose priest and I go holy, I'm a healer. If I go shadow, I'm a DPS. I don't have any, there's no ambiguity here. So it just sort of makes it a lot easier for people, I think, in that regard. Because Final Fantasy is more like WoW than most other MMOs on the market right now. It just happens to do everything that WoW does just a little bit better than what WoW does.
Right? I'm not going back to WoW right now because I'm not enjoying it. So I'm going to spend more time over here where they get used to that UI. Their new comfort zone starts to build, or then they can adapt it into going to Lost Ark or to New World or to FF14 or whatever it might be. And seeing all these alternatives.
I have to say as well, good luck to any game trying to steal someone that is already having fun in Final Fantasy XIV. Because the game has so much fucking content. Like, so many things that you can do in that game that if you really turn into a one-game Andy, I feel like in Final Fantasy, there's never going to be a point where you have nothing else to do. Unless, of course, you play like 18 hours a day for the last 10 years, and you've basically done everything there is to do as and when it was current, so maybe then. But for most normal players, there's so much in Final Fantasy to experience that even if you played 6 hours a day every single day, you'd probably never run out of content, because there will always be new content by the time you get even close to it.
If alternative ideas play out in a similar style to what World of Warcraft is. And a great example of seeing that alternative is exactly what I said about Bosnia, and certainly alts. So alts, the way FF14 is handling alts, is so much better than World of Warcraft. I think that's an objective truth, is that you have one character.
Yes.
So when I see people arguing recently, this happened yesterday, about Zereth Mortis, is that, oh, there's an alt skip in Zereth Mortis to skip the story, but you lose out on tons and tons of reputation, you leave out tons and tons of items, so now you're kind of thinking, yeah, I can skip it, but I also feel kind of like it's still mandatory to play through it, because I lose all those bonuses. So even though I can skip it, I kind of have to still play through it to get this nice boost that you get from going to a new zone. And listening to that conversation, and then looking at FF14 and being like, that's never a conversation. It's just not a thing, because you only do it on one character. And all your alts are still within that one character. You just change class on a whim. You can do it whenever you feel like, which means you only play through a story once. And FF14 story is a great example of that, because the story is incredible. It brought me to tears.
I have to add here, so true, so fucking real. Your one character becomes part of you. Now, I know there's many people who go, well, what if I want to change appearance? You can do that. I think you get a free appearance change with your like initial purchase. I think you get one free appearance change, and of course, obviously, you can go to the store and buy more if you want to change appearance all that often. But I feel like with the level of RP, and when I say RP in this regard, what I'm talking about is role play that is involved within Final Fantasy XIV. You wouldn't want to change your character all that often. Your character becomes part of you. One of the reasons, so people came to me and they were like, hey, dude, roll Lalafell, re-roll to Lalafell. And I said, $1,000 and I will. And I made it $1,000 because I know almost no one has $1,000 lying around to just throw at a fucking streamer. Because I don't want to. My character is my fucking character. I like my character. That's me. I made that character. I enjoy what that character represents to me. So for me, it's sort of like just, if I'm gonna have to change so that people, so the chat can have fun with it, no problem. I'll do the change, but then I'm gonna make money out of it. Otherwise, no thanks. I'm happy to just play my character, and I feel like a lot of people look at World of Warcraft as sort of so they compare that from Final Fantasy to World of Warcraft, and they go, no, I don't want to do that, right? I love the fact that I can play a troll and an orc and a this and a that and a this and that, but what they don't seem to realize is the identity that your character takes on when you play Final Fantasy is incredible. You don't feel at home on a different character. This is yours. You made this, and you've been through so much with this character already that you don't feel right rolling another character, because that's not your character. It's something else. You don't know what that is, but it's not yours.
Multiple times. And I've noted, I still haven't reached Endgame, by the way. I haven't even started Endwalker. I'm hoping to start that this week or next week. Playing through it again, though. Ugh.
Yeah, you can't play through it again.
It's really, really long. It's definitely not going to have that same emotional impact the second or third time through. It will for some people, I'm sure. But for me, knowing what's coming and knowing the twists and turns that I'm about to experience and knowing the outcomes, it's not going to have that same impact. I'm going to be pressing escape and skipping the cutscenes every single time. And it's going to be a really tedious, boring experience. That's going to be awful. The same as unlocking their end zone, their Zereth Mortis, or their Bosnia, or whatever it might be, is, yeah, it's got a wonderful story. I don't want to play it twice, though. After that, I've done that part. I want to play the next part.
Exactly.
I want to get the rewards and stuff, and they handle that much better. Same with flying. I never worry about flying. I don't have to unlock it on alts. I don't need reputation. Done much, much better. Alternatively, gameplay-wise, I will take World of Warcraft any day. I know people get pissed at me for that, because it's your personal preference. If you prefer FF14, great, that's wonderful. I prefer World of Warcraft. I loved World of Warcraft's gameplay. Every day, I enjoyed the shit out of it. It was so fun, and the same with raiding. I've only done a few extremes and a couple of savages. I've got a laundry list of stuff to do.
You're on your third char through MSQ? Holy shit. Jesus, that is some commitment to the MSQ. I agree once again with Preacher. I cannot fault Preach in any way, shape, or form. Gameplay-wise, World of Warcraft is still, and listen closely to this, not the best MMO in the world. It's the best game in the world. The gameplay and the smoothness of gameplay in World of Warcraft is absolutely fucking phenomenal. The reaction time of the characters that you're playing, you click a button, the button does the thing that it needs to do. It's instant, it works. Haleys, thank you so much for what's up. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very few games. I should probably say, with the exception of a number of single-player games, where there is no online server that you have to worry about. It is effectively whatever your graphics card can handle and your keyboard can do, that you can do. But even there, I would say it's rare. So take games like Witcher 3, for example. Very cool game, very amazing story. Gameplay-wise, the combat sometimes feels a little bit janky and sucky and sometimes a little bit floaty at times. So it's very rare that you find games that is so on point with everything that it's supposed to do. League of Legends is not really something that I'm comparing to World of Warcraft, because it is different types of games and the combat is so different in something like League of Legends to what any like WoW-esque kind of game is trying to accomplish. So I obviously wouldn't try to compare the two in any way, shape, or form. I'm sort of, I should probably say, I'm comparing World of Warcraft to games like World of Warcraft. Not MMO-wise, but in what the gameplay is supposed to be. And for that, World of Warcraft is phenomenal at what it does. And yeah, Final Fantasy can absolutely borrow that from World of Warcraft, but here's where I sort of, I don't know if Preacher's going to say this, but I will say this. If I look at how Final Fantasy is designed, with its server tick rates being what it is and how the classes function, I think Final Fantasy will lose a lot of character if it tried to copy World of Warcraft from a gameplay element. Because it almost feels like in Final Fantasy, the server's only ticking every 3 seconds, and you can probably, I think you can bring that down to 2 seconds with haste, I think. So the servers update, is it every 3 seconds or every 2 seconds that the servers update? The tick rate of the servers. I know it's quite high. Like World of Warcraft's tick rate is 0.5 seconds. But that tick rate almost introduces a level of planning. And they sort of design their classes around that level of planning. Right? So the way they design the classes is you have to really think about what is happening here and what is going to happen next. Because that's part of almost every single class, is that planning, and that they make use of that server tick rate in order to establish what the class is supposed to be. Looks like now, spoilers, nuts.
But in terms of my
yeah, you can show
style of raiding, World of Warcraft, right? That's what I prefer. And they're not comparable because they're very different.
Yeah, but remember, server tick is still going to... So, Tesla, server tick is still going to introduce or change the amount of stuff that you can have happen within or in between ticks. So, you can't allow people to have their GCD go down to, say, 0.5 seconds if your server only ticks every 3 seconds. Because at that point, people are going to string so many different things together that by the time it gets to your the next tick, there's going to start being bottlenecks that is introduced to the server. Because now all of that data is trying to get through at the same time, right? It's trying to crash into the data. So there is some limitations to it where you can only do a certain amount of, or allow a certain amount of APM if your server ticks is that high. It also allows for a bit more, I feel, sort of awkward movement mechanics, but also, again, once you understand the server tick rate, the movement mechanics actually becomes quite fun. So I don't think, I agree with him, it would be nice if Final Fantasy had that gameplay, but at the same time, I feel like then Final Fantasy would lose a lot of its allure for me. A lot of what I like about its combat might go to waste.
Styles, which is why I can say I prefer that one rather than that one. that's as simple as it's going to be. It's really that easy. But it never took away my love. That's the thing. The love for raiding, my absolute adoration for it, my joy for it. And as I said when I said we'll start covering World of Warcraft content on YouTube, like actively, I still want to play. I still want to do.
The only people who think that GCD in Final Fantasy is too high are people who don't know how to play the fucking game.
The heroics, and we're putting a group together to do the new raid in heroic. I won't be able to take part because I also want to be a part of the Race to the World first. I'm so happy I'm going to be doing that. But stay tuned though, because we will do those more direct comparisons. What can they learn from each other? Because that's what it's all about. And again, this isn't to be facetious, but like the FF14 guys are more than open and willing to swap things around to improve. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, obviously, but and also WoW's doing a little better with that stuff these days. So I wanted to talk to you about that, and I hope to see you at the Race to the World first, because I could not be more excited. It's going to be so good. I'll see you again. Bye.
No.
Okay, it's time to show you.
To watch
plain
another
and simple,
video.
The rating.
I like this video, so I'll give it a like. This was cool. I enjoyed it. In the end, I do think it comes down a little to Final Fantasy good, WoW bad. Even if that is just personal, I feel like a lot of people don't understand that almost always when someone says WoW is bad right now, Final Fantasy is good right now, that is almost always a subjective opinion. It's not objectively true, because if it was objectively true, it would mean that every human being on the planet is exactly the same as every other human being on the planet. Which we know isn't true. We know that's obvious bullshit. Everyone likes different things. But when I say that World of Warcraft is shit right now, what I mean is it's shit for me. I don't like the way World of Warcraft plays. I don't enjoy the way World of Warcraft plays. I don't like what World of Warcraft wants me to do. I do love Final Fantasy. I love what Final Fantasy wants me to do. Dude, I'm literally sitting here chomping at the bit to log into Final Fantasy right now, and you want to know why? Because last night, chat got me into Ghani Tower. And I want to get up on the tower. Literally, my only goal for this stream is to see if I can get to the top of Ghani Tower. Talk about a low bar of what you enjoy and look forward to in the fucking game. That's it. That's what I want to do. I want to see if I can get up on the fucking tower. That's it. If you're wondering if I enjoy the game, that should give you that should give you a good sort of idea of what I currently find fun. I'm gonna waste my time on a piece of content that wasn't even meant to be a piece of content. I think it was sort of put in there by a bored developer who just sort of went, I'll make this a jumping puzzle, see if people figure it out. That's it. It was just done. It feels like it was just done there for fun. Nothing more, really. It was just some guy who didn't have any work, and he was like, I'll just make a jumping puzzle here while I keep myself busy. What's this fourth boss, Andy? Lorenius, how you doing, bro? Breach logs in every day, even when playing Elden Ring to do Golden Saucer. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way, Laminius. Really appreciate that. The Golden Saucer, I had to drag myself away from the Golden Saucer. Because if I go in there, I don't want to level. I just want to do Golden Saucer. Like, I get completely lost in that place. Just, it's way too much fun. What do you mean there's spoilers here? What kind of spoilers?
I'm gonna make the tornado, man!
A tornado above the orb.
I'm saying, you guys have 4 beams to 2 orbs, right? So the second and third beam should be stationary because you're standing
said
on top
5
of the
minutes,
orb, you know
40 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
But like
so
I
the
said,
first beam,
sometime-
you don't need to try to fucking MVP it. Just let it go off. Put in your fucking eyes. I don't want to
Give
hear
me
you.
around. Be around 12 DB. You go left.
Yeah,
Reclamation form.
Yeah, in 40.
just stay over there.
Yep.
Eternity Overdrive.
And try to stay in your quadrants, yeah? It's really important that we don't fucking orb out.
Thanks,
Good luck to
I'll
your first
stay
rep
here.
if we orb
Dude,
out.
there's a lot of
You're-
shit
you're
going
set.
on, yeah? What am I supposed to look at here, Andy? Because you say there's a lot of spoilers here, but am I looking at the mechanics? The name of the mechanics? What exactly am I looking at?
Watch the orbs that go
I do
through
love the
beam,
visuals.
guys. They're the most dangerous ones.
Cats come on the next AoE, like circles rally.
Oh, you're talking about how nuts the
No.
boss is. Yeah. And this is on
Keep watching
heroic.
these orbs, boys. Keep watching these. Too close. Nice. Whoever got that.
Are we lasting?
This is a lot of mechanics. But you see, I watch this. I watch this now. And all I can think is I prefer the difficulty in Final Fantasy. Because if this was a Final Fantasy boss, what you would get is a lot of personal mechanics. So, for example, these orbs will most likely be targeted at the 4 different DPS, maybe the 4, like maybe the 2 healers as well. The tanks will have their own shit that they're dealing with, because that's usually how it goes in Final Fantasy. Like the tanks don't even have the same, the same mechanics as most of the fucking DPS. I prefer the more personal thing, whereas this seems like again one of those everyone has to fucking focus on the same shit, almost.
Keep an eye out for these orbs, guys. Melee and mobile classes, you're full on orb power. Especially if you're ranged, just try to knock them back further. There's no reason not to.
Wallace, it'll be Wallace rally soon. Rally. Good shit.
Let's fucking go, guys. Let the orb hit.
Even close, baby. Easy.
Yeah, see, I feel like it's just too much. I feel like it's too much raid reliance. So there's a very big reliance, and this is sort of every raid fight in WoW. There's such a reliance on everyone working together, and everyone must do the exact right thing at the exact right time. Otherwise, it's a wipe. And Andy, I agree with you. If you don't have a group that's on Discord, this does not look like the kind of fight you're doing. Like, look at how quickly things just fucking spiral out of control. Imagine if there's no one on Discord telling people what to do. It'll literally just be a wipe over and 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 over again. Because everyone is trying to, well, basically, everyone is trying to dodge everything that there is. They have to knock back these orbs. And this is what we talk about when we say that this entire game was designed to be played with these things in mind, with your DBM in mind. Look at that. Missiles. You have everything in this game is designed to be played around an add-on. And if you don't have that add-on, you're fucked. And then you also need someone on Discord to actually tell you when to do what, because there's so much going on that you can't focus on everything, plus then also focus on the stuff that you should be doing. Add-ons is just... Because in this, it's like we said before, it's that add-ons have made fights like this a thing. You need fights this complex and this sort of clusterfucky, because without these clusterfucks of mechanics, the fights would be stupidly easy. Like, you would be able to walk over these fights if it wasn't such a clusterfuck. So you're effectively constantly fighting the mechanics to stay alive. Because the mechanics want to kill you. That's literally all they want to do is kill you. And they go above and beyond trying to kill you. If a player, this fight has no visual clarity for me. To be fair, Marcon, just to be fair, as a WoW player, when I first saw Final Fantasy raids, your stuff didn't make sense to me either. Gonna be straightforward, very honest. When I saw the stuff that you guys have in Final Fantasy, I was like, this does not... What the fuck is this? None of this makes sense. What is supposed to be what here? Now that I've played Final Fantasy for a while, I'm sort of like, oh, okay, I know now. You know, when you have a giant circle with some arrows pointing in, everyone's stuck. When you get this weird little thing on your head that's sort of red, get the fuck out. There's going to be some big boom boom, and you don't want to be in it. So you sort of, those are things that I think you learn a little bit as time goes on. For me, as the next WoW player, like, I know exactly what all of this stuff does. So I would probably be able to set foot in this raid, and I would know at least what to dodge, what not to dodge, what to do and what not to do. So usually, I'll say this. Usually, when you have orbs moving from the outside of the room inside to the boss, those will either have to be soaked, knocked back. So if they're targeted, if you can target them, it means you have to do DPS to them in order to knock them back or slow them down or destroy them before they touch the boss. So those orbs are sort of bog standard. There's a lot of bosses that have them. Any whirly on the floor ever means don't fucking be in it. With a small exception of sometimes there are whirlies that have to be soaked. But yeah, overall as a WoW player, I know exactly what this fight would be about. The mechanics don't seem messy to me. It seems chaotic. And I that is the fault of add-ons. That's it. That is the fault of add-ons. Oh yeah, the eye in Final Fantasy as well means don't look. I still get caught by that one, by the way. It still fucking happens to me. Every single time I do a raid in Final Fantasy that has that eye, I usually get hit by the first one. And then I have to go, oh shit, okay, he has the eye thing? Fuck. I have to not get hit by that. Alright, I'm logging in now. I'm logging in now so we can go do that incessant fucking tower. Dude, I have to get up on this tower. I am gonna hate my life if I don't do it tonight. It has to be done. It has to be done. That tower, I was so close yesterday, and now watch me today not even be able to do what I did yesterday. That's always how it works, isn't it? Rabier, thank you for the what's up. Did really appreciate that. 40 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're doing Kugani Tower because that's what I deemed important today. Problem, stop supporting add-ons. True enough. It literally is that simple. I've done the Golden Saucer sort of jumping puzzles, and they're actually not hard at all. Not as hard as this one. But I did cheat. I logged out last night on the 2nd floor, or 3rd floor, or 4th floor, whatever the fuck that is. But I need people here because I don't know the actual path up. No. Oh my lord. Okay, here we go. No. See? Now I'm not even gonna get up here. I hate this. Alright. Easy way to dodge the eye mechanic is play legacy settings. What the hell is legacy settings? How's that gonna be any different? Oh. No, I did this yesterday as well. Oh my god. Yesterday we got here as well. I think we went around this side. And then around this side? Wait, yes, right? And if you hold right click and jump side to side instead of turning. I don't know about that. Oh, don't fall down, don't fall down, don't fall down. Thank you. All right, come on, bitch. Let's do this. Oh. Okay, please, please. Good job, good job. No! Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I think this is where I fell down yesterday because I couldn't get up on this thing. Like, for the life of me, I couldn't get up on this thing. Oh, okay, okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, bitch. Let's do this. Good, good. Which way do I go now, chat? This way, right? Okay, okay, fuck. Okay, this is gonna be... Oh. Okay, we're doing it, chat. Like, shit, this is gonna be some jump. It's gonna knock me off, isn't it? Okay, which way now, chat? Which way now? Novak, you're not alone, dude. I am sitting here, palms sweating, mom spaghetti, dude. Jason, thanks for the what's up, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Left. Left to the big pole around the corner. Oh my Jesus. I was afraid you guys were going to say that. Okay, now I have to go up here. Oh, shit. Let's do... No fucking way. How do I get up there? There's no way that I can get up there, dude. There's no way. I'm gonna hit this thing. There's no way. There's no way. From the very edge? Yeah, I'm afraid of that. And then I fall the fuck down. Okay. Aim it right, hopefully. No. Please tell me there's a way. Please tell me there's a way to get back up on this without having to go all the way back to the beginning. Can I get up on this? I don't think I can. Can I? Do I have to go back to the beginning? Oh my god. Oh my god. So now I have to go down again. What? Surely not. Okay, so we go up here. And then we go around here. Now watch me not be able to do it again. Jesus. No, my God. Come on, bro. What the hell? Dude, what the hell? No, it can't be one more. Fuck you, chat. You bastards. I know I did this before. Okay. Okay, back to this stupid fucking... Alright, now onto this ledge. And now you're saying I have to be on the very edge of this. I think I'm as far on the edge as I can be. This is almost... We're up. We're up. Where to now? Don't tell me it's there. Do I have to jump to there? Alright. Alright. I fucking hate this so much. I can't see my fucking character's feet. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit this. Okay. And then it's probably through to that other side, right? I'm gonna have to jump over to this side, correct? Are you serious right now? Dude, if I fall down here, there's no save now. There's no save anymore. No. No. Come on. I can't believe this, dude. I'm so sick and tired of this already. And I've only just started. Again with this fucking jump. What the... How is this even possible? Alright, go through, go through. Don't fall, don't fall. Alright, now we have to go... How do I take my robe off? Just remove it like this. Alright, here we go. Oh, that's better. That's fucking much better. Jesus. Okay. Okay, come on, come on. Don't fall down. Oh my God. Dude, no. Okay, chat. Tell me how far was I from the top? midpoint. Surprisingly generous. Modal, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I just go around here? Yeah, I should be able to, right? Alright, so I target myself. Thanks for the follow. Modal, really appreciate it. How do you target yourself? I did it yesterday with a party. How do I target my... How do you target F1? Nope. My F1 is something else. It's shortcast. What does shortcast do? No. I'm trying to click on myself. It doesn't do shit when you click on yourself. Nah, never mind. Never mind. We've gone this far without targeting ourselves. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, chat. We'll be fine. Look at us go. Look at us go. We've got this. Well, I want to die now. Is this the start? Is this where it all starts? To show your party frame, even when solo? 7,000 potatoes. Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is where it starts, right? Where now I can't get to where I was previously. And I'm just gonna start failing on the worst possible things in the fucking game. Dude, what the hell? Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Hashtag believe. You got this. Yeah. You got this. Yep. You got this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, Lord. Dude, I just dropped down so far. I just dropped down so far. Like, what the fuck, dude? Wojo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Hiding the UI helps a bit. I don't know what. I'm so annoyed. Because this is so far down. We're actually not that far down. I thought we were further down. Never mind. Actually, how do I hide my UI? Scroll lock. Where the fuck is scroll lock? Oh. Oh, there we go. This should either make it worse or better, depending. God. I wish there was a way to hide the building. Because really it's the building that gets in the way. Like all these extra things overhanging is really the thing that annoys me to no fucking end. Jesus. How did I not make that jump? All right. Give myself a little bit of runway here. And then go. Up. No! Dude, here we go. This is the start of the end. Really, chat? Is this how this goes now? I posted a link in the content suggestions Discord with the route. I want to do it myself first before I start looking for guides on how to do this. Chad, I'm starting to hate this. Starting to hate this. For the love of all things that's cunt, just get on the fucking stump. It's right in front of you, bastard. Good. 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 Not fucking good. 2D platform, help me a bunch with adjusting jumps. What do you mean? So you jump like this instead of trying to do it looking forward, you just jump sideways. I know there's short and long jumps. The problem is trying to figure out how to do which short and long, which short and which long is the real fucking issue in the game. See, the problem is just this method. Well, I played from them. I actually rage quit them. How do you deal with short jumps though? Like jumping backwards? I don't think that's gonna work because not all short jumps are that short. And you can't really jump that far backwards. This is definitely slightly easier, but I'd still say not the easiest. Like, for example, here, I find it easier. Of course, as I fucking say it. So over here, going like this, a love tap move and jump is slightly longer than backwards jump. I don't know if the love tap thing works. This, by the way, would have been so much easier in World of Warcraft, FYI. Because in WoW, you can jump and then press move and your character will still move. Yeah, well, Pint can suck my dick. I can't do it that fast. I love Pint, but in this instance, no thanks. Let's just get this jump puzzle done, and then we can start worrying about easier ones. Alright, so this is a long-ass jump. We want to be sort of on the edge. Oh, shit. Oh, that was scary as fuck. Jump direction locked in WoW 2. Jump direction, yes, but you could do this and then press forward. Like you could go like this forward and then you would still move forward. Whereas in Final Fantasy, if you jump and you don't have a direction pointed, it'll literally just jump up in the air like a knob end. Actually, I think no. I think in World of Warcraft, if you jump and you change direction mid-air, your character actually, I think, stops mid-air. Oh, if I had my Warlock here, it would be so easy, dude. It would take a while, but it would be so easy. Just put up different portals for different ones. How is this? Wait, am I supposed to go straight up on that before I can jump over to that one? Dude, when you undershoot because you're afraid you're gonna overshoot, worst thing in the world. Why can't all jumping puzzles just be easy? Why can't it just make streamers look good? You know? Well, that's quite far fucking down. Well, here we go again, chat. How did that happen? That's the first time we've overjumped that. God. I can't even get on this. No, man. Come on, bitch. No. Why is this happening? We just did so many more harder jumps than this, and now I'm struggling here? Oh my god. No, man. Come on. Please tell me there's another sort of quote-unquote save point. What the hell? Is there another save point in this where you can, like now, I'm sort of at a save point where I will never drop lower than that one unless I really fuck up. So this is it. If I fall, I will always go back to that, and I have to do all of this over and over again. It almost doesn't feel fucking worth it. Holy Harry Ariola, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's gonna be some fun jumps at the end. This is it. There's a few jumps where you hit rock bottom. Oh, fuck. Really? Wait, so they actually have jumps where you can go back to the bottom? Alright, I'm calling it now. If I go to the fucking bottom, I'm done. Like, I'm not going back up this thing again. Then we'll leave that for the end of the game, like once we finish with the MSQ. I'm getting too cocky. That's the problem. I'm getting way too cocky. No! You see that? That's what happens when you get too fucking cocky. Why does it feel like my character's faster now? What the hell? Slow down, bro. Slow down. Feels like the game is putting me in speedrunner mode. Some shit. Dude, this can't be real. I'm so fucking frustrated, dude. You have no idea. The frustration is real here. Delivering your jump skill. Am I, though? Breathe, Echo. Breathe, slow down. So everyone believes this is Kugani Savage. So it's not just me struggling with this. Please tell me there's other people that struggle with this as well. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Cockiness, frustration are your worst enemies in this? Yeah, but you can't help not getting frustrated, dude, when it pushes you all the way fucking back. Come on. Dude. Rikisama, how you doing? If motion sickness, so I have trouble with jumping puzzles. How do you raise people onto it? What the hell? Why am I now suddenly jumping into the roof? Dude, what the hell? Something's now gone completely wrong. Now suddenly I'm jumping into the goddamn roof? Alright. Okay, let's take a moment. I paid someone shouting to raise players on the lamp, 50k? I mean, that doesn't count though, does it? Winter Nightly, it's a beautiful place, this. It is absolutely gorgeous. It really is a beautiful place. Like, look at the fucking graphics. Look at this. It is gorgeous. And I think I'm gonna enjoy the story here as well. Am I supposed to go for that one now? Yes. No? Yes. Okay. Now... Bro, this is super frustrating. How many times have people fucking tried this and failed before they finally went all the way? What do you mean? Why did you never bother trying? This is fun. Well, it's not fun right now, but when I get to the top, it's going to be super fun. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. This is where we get into the fucking problem again. So now we have to jump across to that side, correct? Okay, now we have to jump up here. That's gonna be difficult. And now we have to jump up there. That's gonna be fun. No, Lord. Dude, why is that one so difficult? Why is that one so fucking hard? 20 months here a day before I rage quit and go away. So how many of you fuckers have actually done this? Snow, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Let's hear it. Like, those of you that's judging me right now, let's hear how many of you have actually done this. I'm glad you guys are finding it amusing. I'm not quite. I'm not finding it quite as amusing. A bit more frustrating, but you know, I'm glad to be of entertainment value to the rest of you. Oh my god, really? Is this now the new fucking failure place? There must be ways to glitch this, no? Although I think... Oh my god, really? Are we just continuously gonna now fail there? Took me almost 2 hours? Did you watch Pine speedrun? No, not yet. To get a house to this, I gave up and haven't tried since I got to the step. I think once you've done it, it becomes a lot easier. Like, that is true. Once you've done it, it shouldn't be that hard anymore. The issue is getting there the first time. Like, doing it the first time. And then probably if you keep doing it long enough... God almighty. Holy Harry Ariola, thank you for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The harder it beats you, the better you feel if you win. True. Although, what sucks is when you start failing on things that you just did. Like, you were just further than this, and now you're starting to fail as a result of being too cautious. I don't think it getting dark is helping me at the minute. Can we get the street lights on, please? Any chance, some street lights? Oh my lord. Okay. Oh, that thing clips. Can't do that side by side. That thing clips. Good lord. Come on, you fucktard. Get up. No. I'm gonna start screaming. Dude, I'm gonna start screaming. Just made it to the top 5 minutes ago. Pro tip, jump to the outer end of the logs, not the inside. Jump away. All the logs have invisible floor at the end. Patrolling, spamming holy on every step. That was super fun. Spamming holy? What holy? Oh, for fucking cunt's sake. Okay, this is the new wipe, this is the new boss, people. This is the new boss. Seems like we're not allowed to get on this one. Get the fuck up there, you piece of shit. Don't. I am so annoyed. I am so annoyed. It is unreal. I genuinely can't explain to you how to. Let's just take 5 minutes. Let's just take 5 minutes. Let's reset a bit. Let's hang out. We should test how long logs are by walking to the end. It's more than you'd expect. Oh, Lockwoods, I know that. The problem is just I think I'm way too inside my own head right now. I don't need to practice. I need to get up on this fucking jump. I just need to do this. I don't need practice. Can you see me jump? I'm already practiced. I'm an expert jumper. What I'm not is an expert lander. I don't need help jumping. I can jump. It's the landings that really hold me back. Of course. Of fucking course. Get on the fucking log. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Now we have to pay attention here. Oh, shit. Whoa. Okay. All right, now over to here. Oh shit. And now there, without hitting my head on that thing, I have to aim. Let's aim for there. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, now. Wait, where the fuck do I go now? I can't jump up here. What do you mean exploit? What? Exploit what? Okay, there we go. So where to now, chat? Where do I go now? This is far enough, right? This is far enough, right? We don't have to go up anymore. This is good enough. Don't you guys agree? Oh my god, really? We have to go up there? Wait, really? All the way down here? Surely not. I don't think there's anything to jump on here. That seems like the only log up there that you can jump on. There's nothing else to jump on here. You guys fucking lied. There's nothing else to jump on here. I'm looking and I don't see shit. See? Nothing there. So, but this is the jump. Jump down, go fuck yourself. Okay, so clearly this can't be the jump because I don't think you can make from here that jump. I feel like that jump is too high. So I don't think that would work. Would it? Well, you could try and jump up there from there. No. Oh, so you want to jump on this one, then jump on that one. Alright, this is gonna be stupid. Let's see if we can actually do this. I don't think I can. So basically I want to make
down below.
this
You
jump.
need to fall down to that log, and then go up.
Why would I fall down? Wait, what do you mean fall down? Why can't I just jump from here? Oh, I'm gonna jump into the roof, aren't I? No, I should be able to make it from here. No? But why? Chat, if you guys are look, if you guys are trolling me, I'm going to fucking lose my shit. If you're trolling me right now, if I jump down on this log and then there's literally no way to get out to the other one, I'm gonna lose my crap. I shouldn't trust chat. I should not trust you. Oh, you guys were right. Thank you. I take it back. I trust you guys. I trust you again. Good job, chat. Oh my lord. That one jump is gonna fuck me. This one little jump is gonna fuck me. Am I up? Is this me? How do I get there? Almost. Okay, now I have to figure out how to get on this thing. Dude, this is so high. This is so stupidly high. Why would I do this? I have a fear of heights as well. I don't think there's any way to get up here. Oh, never mind. There is. But you're gonna have to cheese it. Yeah, you're gonna have to cheese this. You can't just get up there. Guaranteed no way. How do you cheese this? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Literal god gamer, bro. Literal god gamer. How do I get this, though? I can't even pick this up. Evo Drama Bob, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat? Like, Jesus, this was a lot of work. Oh, yeah, I could use lookout, right? Hey, Mighty Random. Thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate that. Oh, wait, I want my UI back now. / lookout. Is this one of the hardest jumping puzzles in the game, or not really? Is there harder ones? Let me ask that.
Now, or the lamp post.
What lamppost? You want me to try and jump up there? No, you can go fuck yourself. There's a lamppost in the square. Which square? The one down below? Near those umbrellas. Dude, I don't even see the fucking lamppost. What are you talking about? That one there, or one closer? I don't want to move down a bit. I'm already here. My screenshot would not have failed. I doubt it would have. So I don't use the in-game screenshot, by the way.
I'll get a video and link one of your mods. Wait a second.
No. I don't need. I don't want a screenshot. I'm gonna do it myself. I just have to figure it out. Wait, I want a great fucking screenshot. I want a G-pose screenshot. Like this. With that in the background. Right there. So let's do G-pose. Now entering G-pose. I'm trying to think now. How do you stop the emote again? I know there's a way to stop emotes. I just can't remember how you do it. Hit 1. Oh yeah, that works. Shinjons, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I look gorgeous, don't I? Alright, time for a beautiful screenshot. Just like that. Oh shit, how do I bring that back up? I should probably have done some, lighting effects here. No, R doesn't do that. I'm already in G-pose. I have to exit G-pose probably, just so I can get back into G-pose. Okay, here we go. Now, hit 1 on the keyboard. No, don't freeze it like that. Let's see if we can find a good... Oh, shit. The emotional emo one. Emotional emo. Look at that. I'm too shy. I don't want to look at the camera. Yeah, give me the shyness, baby. Give me the shyness, baby. Look away. You don't want to look at the camera. You're very shy. You don't feel good. You don't feel good about yourself. You don't have a fucking shirt on the roof of the city. Like a really busy city. People are staring at you. What are you doing? I feel like this is the best light. That's right. Right there, baby. Give me that pose. That's perfect. That is perfect. At night, a la Batman. Do you sit outside of G-pose and stand back up? It resets to no emotes. Well, we don't have emotes running now, so I think that's fine. Now we just need to find the right angle. Oh, that would have been a cool fucking shot. Do you guys think like this is better or like this? As the G-pose like a boss? I'm happy with my G-pose. It's just like this. This one. Q and E. Why the hell would I want to do so, like, why? Feel depressed because you're about to fling yourself off the roof? Exactly. Oh, shit. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that beast. Look at that fucking beast. All right, here we go. Screenshot time. No nipples? Is that a... Like, I didn't know you could add nipples. Alright, so now we jump down here. And we want to land on... On which one? Oh. Is it that one that we want to land on? How hard can it be? You just jump down? Is there a specific place you want to jump down from? So where do I want to jump down from? Chat, I'm not going up here again to land on that. Tell me where the fuck I need to fucking jump from at least. No, I don't want to watch a YouTube video. That's cheating. Asking your chat as a streamer is not cheating. Watching YouTube videos on how to do it is cheating. See, the problem is I don't know exactly how far you go. That's my biggest issue. I don't know how far you go. Maybe a year. Someone said line it up with the tiles. Right next to the yellow piece. So from here. From this. Or do you mean from this? I fucking hate you, chat. But here we go. Here goes nothing. Sprint. There's no way. Oh my god, we were so close. I think I shifted just at the end. I should have shifted a bit. We were so close. No. Oh my god, we were so close. I hate my life. Thank you for the heals. Really appreciate that. Now I want to do it again, but I don't want to do it again. I need to continue with the MSQ. Ugh. We'll do it later. Fuck it. We're not doing this again. Screw that. We've beaten the jumping puzzle. And I think that's enough. I think that's good enough. Your chest piece, dude? Nah, I'm good enough. Look at me. I look buff as shit, dude. Alright. I could just do... Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, there we go. Good evening, Akachat. Talgaro, how you doing? Oh yeah, we have to watch Pint speedrun video. Now that I am also a literal god, I don't mind watching it. You know, I have also reached the top, and there's some of you plebs that haven't reached the top yet, so... lul. How does it feel being an absolute plebeian that doesn't know how to fucking jump? Dudes, I've only been playing this game for like a few months, and I'm already jumping like the hardest puzzles in the game. But okay. It's a 1-minute video, and Pint apparently does this stupidly fast. Tagro, yes, I just beat the tower. I got to the top, I did the lookout. I played for 5 years, never tried it. Igaruda, you suck. You casual piece of shit.
I had to hide UI. Look at this. I'm going. He's on the move. Look at him, he's running. He did the blink, does the jump, goes up there, bing bang bong.
Wait, where is this?
Up on that, going around, switch classes, get rid of Pelison, can't be going too fast, jumping into the wall. Doesn't even stop, he goes right and up. Easy clap. He's going up, bing, bang, bong. Honestly, could have done that a little faster. He goes there, doesn't eat the jump, could have saved a bit of time there. Same with me, like,
how do you
around there.
do it this quickly, though? Like, how the fuck do you do it this quickly?
But it's not too bad. I switch back to Dancer so I can pop sprint here, run along here a little faster. And also it's a little easier for me to make that jump there, hop up there, do the dash. I think I fucked up here a little bit too. Yeah, I wasn't the fastest I could be. And bang, time. 54 seconds.
Wow. Dude, how the fuck do you do it that fast? Okay, that is impressive. To say the least, that is impressive. All right. That's fine. You know what? Fuck you, chat. I don't feel bad about the fact that I can't do it that quickly. I still did it. Now it's time for us to go back and actually finish the MSQ. Fine, fucking took a college degree on the tower. Yeah, that dude ran like someone was fucking chasing him, dude. Evil potato person did it that fast? Second shot at the tower and go? No, we're doing the fucking MSQ now. It's time for some MSQ action. Thank you, Lenari. I really appreciate that. Someone who finally appreciates my prowess. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. I've got a lot of gil. What are you talking about? I'm rich, bitch. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Would have run that fast, he would not have been caught by the cops. Classics, that's very true. Can I just point out again how much I love the back and forth between Alice and Alphino? Alphino said something that was, yeah, okay, a little bit condescending, but at the same time, you know, not necessarily unhelpful. And then Alice literally answers with, duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. Sort of like, okay, thank you for stating the fucking obvious, but screw off now. JP's on Guild Wars sometime? WoW doesn't... I don't think WoW has jumping puzzles. Captain Carvalian, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugani, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othod, were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price? You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. It is like that Yuguri and Gesetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othod, assuming they are not still in the city. You would assume wrong. Remember the dude rode all the way from fucking Doma to Eorzea? The dude didn't need to make port here. Is the jumping puzzle king? Wait, who asked about flying? Gesetsu is an absolute badass? Yes. I mean, the fucking dude rode from Doma to Eorzea. King Julian, they don't waste time. There's something fun for some people to do. How is that a waste of time? Look, if we're going to start pointing out things that is a waste of time in video games, we are all in trouble. Because technically speaking, every single video game is a waste of fucking time. Theme parks are a waste of time? Yeah, basically, if we're going to start saying, you know, something that people can do in a video game is a waste of time, we're all fucked. Here we seek passage. Mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my speciality. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Gavalion, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? My Jesus. Dude, we should do something about her drinking. We should do something about her fucking drinking. Everywhere we go, she just wants to get pissed every single time. What is not a waste of time? That's what people should be asking themselves instead. True, Shinjima. Fucking watching a stream is a waste of time, but we love Akko's insights, so we watch. My insight into jumping puzzles. Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. So blood, born of blood of our fallen brothers. Truzarosian? I don't know how to pronounce that, but you should see how Preach voices her. She's a true alcoholic smoker. I've heard Preach voice her. I wish I thought of that first, because that would have been much funnier. But since Preach did it first, I can't do the same. So I'm just going for, like, what I see when I look at a potato person is sort of high-pitched, really annoying voice. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shukazi hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must be away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. It's very old. Tataru is a representation of us people. We like to drink and listen to gossip. I don't drink, though. True. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nothing is really a waste of time if you don't believe in the concept of time as we know it. Oof. Is chat really going that fucking deep right now? Are we as a Twitch chat now going to start dissecting the idea of time? The spice trade, you mean? But of course! Surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. True. Japanese, Yuhasi? Dude, that is the deepest voice I've ever heard in my life. Clearly, you've never heard Japanese Yuhasi. If you think all potato people are high-pitched, I have heard him. But in my mind, when I see a potato person, that is what I think. Right then, to the hostelry. Hostelry. After you. Alright, so now we're getting established here. Dude, I love the different texture and feel of this city. You humans and your linear time are so strange. Oh, shit.
12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
True. Please say something, Alice.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Get pissed.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
Why do you have sunglasses
and you
on?
Are...
Who the hell's that guy?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito?
He's here?
I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugani. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants. Especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
Difficult relationship is understating it.
My, such naked suspicion.
Not naked suspicion. Dude, what are you talking about?
I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
Yeah, we're pretty sure that's what he's always doing.
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize.
Oh.
Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
Be a bit reckless, come on,
If
bro.
I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
What else are we gonna do?
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port.
Uh-huh. Why is this port open to trade, though?
Surprised that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government.
Uh-huh. Like you.
Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
This Hancock annoys
To
me.
paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
It's always interesting to me that the kids are leading us. Why are we letting kids lead us? Tazikol, how you doing, brother? Almost as good of a story as the Wisp Author cinematic. Alanags, how you doing, bro? Wait, I only say that because while there are many things I enjoy in Final Fantasy, jumping puzzles is one of them. I enjoy other stuff in Final Fantasy, but I guess that's the beautiful thing about Final Fantasy. There is something for everyone, and not everyone is going to be for... That's exactly it, right? Charlie and kids, mind you? Yeah, but still, they're the children, and for some reason, they're making all the fucking decisions. And you must be Akalon Necronian, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. Whose pants did I steal? Daish, take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, man. I have watched Harry Potter, and that is a movie about children. This is a movie about me. Why am I listening to kids? Sakoku in Japan during the Edo period. There was one port open in Japan that was open to trade with the outside world, and even then, only with the Dutch. Kugani represents that port. But what I want to know is why. So, I understand that they only have the one port open, but isn't Kugani also under Garlean control? How is Kugani not under Garlean control? Yeah, the Garleans don't seem to be very interested in neutrality. CC, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. M&A, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Hingashi is on the other side of the continent. What the hell's Hingashi? My milkshake. Oh, okay. Never mind. So these are spoiler territories that I'm asking about. I knew it. May I say, what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our first fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way. And if you would be so good as to follow me. Alright, let's just pick up this Aetheryte. Is the name of the nation. You are in? Kugani is the open port to the world. Ah, okay. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenkonto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetheryte, which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those in Sharlayan, yet I trust its function is identical? A diplomat and a scholar. Will wonders never cease? Far Eastern Aetheryte technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Oni Shishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. A tune if you like. Wait, I'm literally getting 100,000 XP just for following this guy? Wow. Jesus. They're just handing out the XP at this point? Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetheryte. Come, come. Let us move along. The markets are next. Oh, it really is quite beautiful. Dude, why is everything in Asia so fucking picturesque? Well, I want to go pick that up as well. A shitload of tombstone gear? Yeah, but can you not, Zephyr? I don't think you can stack that much tombstone, like tombstones. You can only stack 2,000, right? M&A, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spend them and collect more. 50, 60, 70, 80. If you cap again, buy an alt. Buy an alt? Buy for an alt. Okay. Never mind. I'm just being a dick. I mean, you do get a lot, though, right? You get, like, you do get a shit ton of poetics. Dude, this place is so fucking gorgeous. This is actually one of the reasons I really wouldn't mind going to Asia at some point. I would like to... I don't want to live there forever, but I would like to go there for like a year or two. And just, I don't know, like, see Asia, because it is fucking gorgeous. And I know this isn't exactly Asia, where we are playing a game, but any video that you watch about Asia, it's always like this. Everything is almost fucking picturesque. But wait, don't you guys have... America has like these Chinatowns that looks very similar. It also has this sort of architecture to it, no? At least I see that in the movies and series and shit. South Korea is very nice. South Korea does look very nice. Although I must say, which one is it that has those white trees? Those trees with those white flowers. Toronto does not look like this. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think South Africa... We do have Chinatowns in South Africa. Sakura trees. I think that's the ones. Yes, Imane. I want to go to a forest with just those fucking trees. Am I going the right way? Is this how I would get... Yeah, I just want to pick up all these aetherites before we continue. Close stuff, but nothing this large. They look gorgeous, Miracos. I don't think they are in South Africa, though. But no, most of the... So, the largest Asian community in South Africa is in Johannesburg, which is obviously very far away from me. And then Johannesburg does have Chinatowns, 2, I believe. But they're just normal buildings with like Chinese supermarkets and stuff in them. And then Cape Town, for example, also has a very large... Can this door open? Yeah. Holy crap. Well, that is quite a fucking difference. Wow. Got to go, pick up dinner, be back when possible. Miracos, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Watching the Sakura trees bloom while drinking sake is a good afternoon. I've never had sake. Or sake. How do you pronounce that? But to see them bloom, you need to go between late March, early April. That is the period. But yeah, anyways, as I was saying, like so Cape Town has I believe Cape Town has an Asian supermarket, and also like they call it China City, which is like a giant mall filled with like Chinese stores and stuff. Sake. What embassy? Oh. Wait, is this our embassy? What up? Alright. Wait, where's Garlemald's embassy? Probably gonna be this one, right? Yep. The big ass fucking building that looks like metal. Festus. That's close enough, savage. Whoa. And this? Whose is this? Yes. This is the consulate. No, you may not enter without official business. Alright. Everything must always be bigger and better and more scary than everyone else's. Fucking bastards. Tufnarian? Tufnarian. Naomi, how you doing? Okay, here we have the markets. Let's talk to this guy. I think we've collected all of the aetherites now. Oh, shit. Colorful and beautiful turns corner, dark steampunk iron. Exactly. What do you expect from the Garlemald embassy? We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugani, Gani Dori. Kugani, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made. Lesser fortunes, or Kugani, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Haha, now you're beginning to speak my language. Wait, is she also greedy? Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, she just wants money so she can drink more. That's the issue. Hancock of the East Aldenar Trading Company. You are with clients today? Why? If it isn't Master Caton, pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. A damn good accountant? Yeah, because she basically puts some money aside for her to go get drunk every fucking day. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kugani Dori. And if I'll dream and live for the coins, your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Caton of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugani, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. The matron from the pub? Yeah, because she was pissed off. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, but if I remember correctly, Tataru's cheeks were incredibly red all throughout Heavensward. You can put money aside to go get drunk every day. That's her character development from useless cute character to pub crawling spy and omnicrafter is top notch. Very true. Dude, I don't want to even start thinking about your life as a small little potato person. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, portables. Here you will find all of them and more. The way they walk is the funniest shit to me. The potatoes, they have no knees. The potatoes don't use knees. It's just leg and hips. Yeah, waddle, waddle, waddle. Well, you have big guns? No, you don't. You have little penises. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Gai, the district in which the Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations, after all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The words, and now we have Japanese-sounding words as well being thrown around. Dude, I'm having a hard enough time with the Western fucking languages in this game. I can speak English, and I'm having a hard enough time with the English in this fucking game. The Seki Sigumi. This expansion is going to be a hard one to read through. The Seki Sigumi. You're going to resort to Asgard? Yeah, I may as well. The Sekigumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation. Though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. Well, that is... okay. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were. But alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisegumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I don't even want to think about that. So, as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourself, in the manner of the late Taleji Adaleji. Sekisegumi. Wow, he's having a fucking whale of a time with that joke of his. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Ghanaian consulate. I love how we're all just sort of standing there like, wait, what? Whoa, we don't want to see the Ghanaian consulate. What? I'm still confused as to why the Ghanaians wouldn't just take this country. The Ghanaians do not seem like the sort of sharing type. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs. All of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all creation is not without its artisans. Evil Tooth, how you doing? By the way, Evil Tooth, thank you so much for becoming a patron. I really appreciate it. I saw it earlier today. I still wanted to send you a DM, but I was off to the gym as I saw it, and then I forgot afterwards to send you a DM, so I really appreciate the patronage. Should you're trying to... No. There is so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district. But you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. The pleasure district? Now, this seems like a place I could visit. Sun Devil, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. What is this pleasure district? Evil Dude, I do hope that you enjoy the podcasts. There's hopefully more content on the way when we can find time to actually produce more content. Let us retire to the company offices. Yes. Let us retire to the company offices. I do not trust Hancock. The pleasure district is the housing district with all the clubs. Dude, that's not what pleasure district means. Pleasure district is where someone gets you off. Everyone knows that's the truth. It's like the red light district in the Netherlands. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices. Humble indeed. We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way. Have you not been to a Final Fantasy XIV? I've never been to a Final Fantasy XIV club. When would I have the time for that? No. The Netherlands has one as well. Amsterdam specifically has a red light district.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality.
Of course. I wouldn't expect Dorito to have it
You
any
may
other
avail
way.
yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
With you guys obviously
Your offer
listening
is
in.
most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed.
That's not going to make up for anything. You basically just
Never
said
having
he's
been
sorry.
one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity.
Sincere? A potato
By
person? No.
sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
Mm-hmm.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Aori Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
How do they know so much?
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
Uh-huh.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
She just fights.
Forgive me. This calls for a map.
Oh. Map time. I love when they do this, where they give you like a proper cutscene with explanations of everything.
We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha.
Yansha.
Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy.
Who the hell's the Confederate? Oh my god, there's so many factions to keep track of here. And assuming they're also
Said
cunts.
Maritime Collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy.
And how the Confederacy is too large to Garlemald to
The
take on.
appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
Well, fuck. Well, we could just go. Well, I don't know. Based on that map, we could just go really
No wonder
far
they
out.
struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I would. Give me a boat. Let's go.
I'm told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Yeah, your quid pro quo is coming, I'm pretty sure. That fucking smile, dude. Oh my god. They do such a good job of not making you trust anyone in this game. This game is... every single person I meet in this game, I do not trust. King Julian, I don't care what you say, all potato people are evil. 100%. Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Lamigan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. All potato people. In case someone thought that I was stuttering, I was not. I mean, all in its entirety, every last one of them is fucking evil. The extent to which their evil persists is really up for debate, but there is evil in every single one of these little potato fucks. If the price is right, they will all fucking destroy you. Wait, what is this? I get a present? Huh. That's racist. Dude, it is well established on this channel. You have every right to be racist towards potato people. So there's 3 groups of people on this channel that you're allowed to be as racist to as you want. These would be the Lollafels, the Gnomes, and the Goblins. Outside of that, things get a little bit murky, and we could discuss it. But if you don't like the Lollafels, the Goblins, or the Gnomes, it's alright. We all good. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gasetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Gobby shite is this? Dirt races or slave races, prove me wrong. Oh shit. Not the gobbies as in the gobbies for FF14. Gaboo won me over, so I no longer hate the goblins of Final Fantasy 14. I'm talking about the goblins in World of Warcraft. The goblins of Final Fantasy are fine. Well, kobold, goblin, same thing. Indeed. Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. She gets to spend money. While she attends to that, we 4 can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alisame and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the 2 of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gasetsu during our voyage. 2 very different races, same. Wow! Yostola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Looks like it's you and me, Akalon. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. But Gaboo is definitely top tier. In my opinion, one of my favorite characters from Final Fantasy XIV. It is the first time in Final Fantasy XIV that I met a character that I hated at the start and actually kind of loved towards the end. Like, genuinely really loved him towards the end. Female Lalafell and Wearman Filia's outfit around you, Akko? It's not gonna work. If you just wear Manfilia's outfit around me, that will work. Wow. Alphino's sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... Well, see for yourself. You may view Alphino's sketch at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. So what am I doing now? View Alphino's sketch with Lise. Did I not just see this fucking sketch? Oh, I have to do it with Lise? Alright, Lise, let's watch it. Wait, what? I can't do it. Looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Tolala's done attack with just one. Sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the onsen, that was it. I'm glad to see Lisa's having such a hard time with this fucking place as well. Okay, where the hell am I going? Or full. Oh, one of the things that's rather interesting to me. Wait, these are the smallest people I've ever seen in my life. Did they honestly just bow? Oh shit. What a life. All you do is just stand there and bow whenever someone gets close to you? What happens if how far do I have to run away before they bow again? Oh, never mind. They bow when the door opens. Karaku. Come one, come all. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? What is another jumping puzzle? You seek this aura and this Rugadon, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. Nope. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only this oh my god, I can't remember how to pronounce this. How do I pronounce this again? Sekizigumi? Sekizigumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. Dracuz, how you doing, brother? I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotukazi, was it? Dracuz, right now it's very beautiful, but I've not really started the story yet. I mean, I'm literally just running around right now looking for Yugiri. So the story hasn't kicked off yet. I will say though, I don't know how this story is going to play out, but if this is anything like every other story in Final Fantasy XIV, what makes it really cool is it's... So Final Fantasy XIV really doesn't waste your time with... Outside of ARR, I would say, which, like we spoke about before, can have some problems with pacing. When it comes to the rest so far, you get just enough quests to unveil and reveal the story to you. And most of your questing is spent dialoguing. So there's people talking to you and there's dialogue going on. But the literal number of quests is actually very limited. Like, you may have, like, let's say 10 or 15 quests. Now, those 10 or 15 quests are going to take you a good 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 hours, depending on how much time you waste. And as you guys can see from the stream, we waste a lot of time here. Firestreak, how you doing, brother? I like that. I like the fact that you're not thrown into... So if this was WoW, for example, Right now, there would be like a million quests opening up for you to go kill a million things. And the story would sort of slowly unfold as you do it. Chuck Winko, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I would say the only time people hate the reading part, I feel like, is when they want to rush. So a lot of people want to rush to the end, and that is gonna make the reading part a lot of an annoyance for you. Don't rush. Take your time. Take in the story. The reading part is actually a lot of fun. Just because it gives you more time to sort of think and figure out what comes next. So I actually love the way they've done it. As a streamer, with the ridiculous amount of difficult words they use, I sometimes hate the fact that I have to read so much. But I don't hate it in general. I would say that this story is very logical, but can be disorienting at points. Took me 4 months getting to Endwalker. That's how much I took my time enjoying the story. Yeah, you have to take your time. Don't rush at all. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality. Delivered but the other day. I've never had rice wine. Oh, she's a fucking pirate? Ah, an Ori shinobi and a Ruggeden samurai? If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ishan, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea. The doomed rebellion? After 2.5 decades of quiet? Oh shit, she's hot as fuck, bro. I see. And you are familiar with the ways of the Hingashi? How we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own? Indifferent and callous, some may call us. But pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. Jack Winko, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical. And so, Kugani is open to Ishan, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. What the fuck? Basically a nice way of saying, look, if I tattletale on them, I will tattletale on you. It is as simple as that. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? Oh, I don't think we should... Wait, what? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The two individuals of whom I speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at that moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains, if you like. Ishan, it's in Japanese and pronounced E. Wait, it's literally just pronounced E? You've been a great help, Mistress Kotakazi. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. Asian. I's in Japanese are pronounced as E. So it's Asian. Ijin? Ijin? We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. We take the first 3, I'll take the rest. And we'll meet here when we're finished. Alright? Good luck. But what's the point? We know that they didn't want to take them. Alright, I'm off to go meet more captains. My captain. Well, that's the wrong way around. No, I could probably. Could I? No. I remember. I have to go up here and then across the bridge. It's just in English that the E and I are inversed. Dude, why must all languages be so difficult? Why can everyone not just speak English like normal people? Why must every country have its own language? It makes no sense. It would be much easier if everyone just started speaking English and then, you know, we just left it at that. Like, let's let all the other languages just sort of go by the wayside. I'm supposed to go down? Oh my god. Alright. Oh, here we go. Kurt Captain. English sucks ass, though. Dude, I'm not even English first language, and I don't agree with that. Hit you with the old Greek? Yes, a Rogadan gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the map devil. I sent him away, like all the others before him. To him? Nah, no, not of her. Alright. It's tradition. Hey, don't worry about it. You know how many South Africans would kill me for saying that? South Africans would hate me for saying no more other languages, just the same language. Just everyone speak English. You ask me if I've seen this Yuri woman and this Rogadan samurai? The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I cannot help him. We travel solely between here and Radz-at-An. It would be an unreasonable detour. My friend speaks 5 languages, English, Welsh, French, German, and Spanish. I literally only speak 2, English and Afrikaans. Where the hell is this other one? Maybe in here? No. I mean, wait, what? There's a lookout thing here. Fuck. Okay, how do I... Oh, this should be easy enough. Actually, it would not be easy. Jesus. This is not... I don't think this is even possible. Yeah, that's not how you do it. Oh, I know. Never mind, I've got it. Where am I from, Khalid? I'm from South Africa. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, wait, what? Wait, you can walk on those things? No way. How did I not know you could walk on these things? I just thought you were German from the accent? No, I'm South African. For a while, she told me. What did she tell you, Ludwin? I thought South Africans were required to learn one African native language. No. Well, depends on what do you... Like, no. How old was she? Because when I was at school, there was literally just 2 languages. I was in an Afrikaans high school or school. So obviously Afrikaans was what I spoke. And English second language. Maybe if you're younger, although both my brothers were at school not long ago, like both of the twins. I mean, like the little my little brothers, the twins. And I don't remember them ever having to learn. Maybe they did. I think they learned some Sepedi. Where in the fuck is this Captain Cunt? I can't go into the water. Time of the day, climate, doing the right emote. I've never really done the, I've done a couple of lookouts in ARR. Nothing major. Kovad, how you doing, brother? It's not up. It's not upstairs. I'm upstairs now. Unless he's in front here. Ah, there we go. Meticulous merchant. You read the sightseeing log? Not yet, no. Let's see what he has to say. Passengers? No. We no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him away. The woman? Ha! If it is the woman you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Do any other classes interest you? Wobbles Waffles, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. There's a couple of classes that I'm really looking forward to playing. Raid Mage. I think chief among them right now would be Raid Mage. But I'm also very interested in Dragoon. Very interested in Reaper. Reaper looks kind of cool. But I would say the one that I've had my eye on the longest would be... what the hell are they called again? Gunbreaker? Is it called Gunbreakers? They look cool as shit. You have a literal sword that is a fucking gun. How can that not be the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life? How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. Well, I suppose we might as well head back... Oh, wait. I just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Gihodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means, in a regular year. Maybe we'll find him if we look around. How is that the worst weapon? I mean, if the tank is fun, I don't mind being a tank. But I know it's a tank. So, for example, I did not mind playing Paladin for quite a while. The Paladin was actually quite fun. The Dark Knight story is really cool, but the Dark Knight, like, playstyle I didn't like as much. Wait, what the hell is this creature? I don't think he speaks. Oh, wait, he does? What? What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? The hell is that? By the 12. A talking fish? Yes, yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you. Asian. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once. But only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never made a... Let's start again. You're Gyodo, right? My name is Lise, and this is Akalon. We're looking for some friends of ours. Namazu, I'm assuming, will never be a playable race, because this is just creepy as fuck. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? Wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, that would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? How much? I didn't think to bring any money. But surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffer, right? Why am I looking at her as if I've stolen money from the coffer? Did you see that look I just gave her when she said Tataru can let us borrow from the Scion coffer? My character looked at her as if, no, shit, there's no money there. I used it all. We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under the cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tasagaru Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? Oh my god, look, listen to the sound of them walking. It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. Are you saying that Tataru arrived in Higani or Kugani and immediately started buying Dogecoin? Is she just waiting for the stonks to go up to the moon and shit? Squish, 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 squish. She's a true accountant? True. Although she's a bit drunk for my taste. Yeah, the only reason she doesn't like us wasting money is because she wants to use the money to buy alcohol. Are they really? Because last time I checked, all of my crypto holdings were down. Like every last fucking cent. I'm down a couple of, like, more than a couple of $1,000s. Now, luckily, I don't give a fuck about that because I wasn't going to use that money for anything, but still. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, I should talk to this dude. Greetings, honored sir. Will you be entering the Ruby's Bazaar offices? Yes. I'm a person to invest in NFTs. I saw on news Bitcoin and everything is up because Russians are using it for transactions. I can check this. Give me a moment. So I'm not gonna log in. For fuck's sake. Okay, there we go. I wouldn't say it's too up. Like, I mean, it's gone up a little, but this was at the beginning of the month. Well, actually, this was just on the 2nd. It went up a bit, so it's coming down again. Although it looks like there's a bit of buying appetite here, so it might go up again. I'm looking at the other currencies here. So I own BNB, which is still very down. I own Matic, which is still down. ADA, which is still down. BAT, which is still down. And there's a bunch of currencies I own that isn't on this exchange. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it going down. What goes down will eventually go up again. So I'm definitely not worried about this, but I think right now there is a bit of uncertainty. So the Rand, for example, is crumbling at the minute because people don't really feel like they want to risk anything. No one knows what's going on, right? If Russia and the US go to war tomorrow, that's a fuck up, right? So, yeah, I don't think a lot of people are gonna a lot of people right now isn't going to put their money into anything that is slightly risky. And crypto is still too new to actually not be risky. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Kosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yuguri. Yes, it was the same story for us. And then you'll never believe what happened. So, this Gyodo claims to have aided both Kosetsu and Yuguri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphinaud. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part. But it's not what troubled me most. Gyodo and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Kosetsu was alone. Only Gyodo claims to have met both him and Yuguri. I suppose it's just possible that Kosetsu made inquiries by himself, and only called upon Yuguri once he had found a willing captain? But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugani with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new masters. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine. You may be right about him, but if Gyodi's working with the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yuguri and Kosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells the truth. Very good plan, Lise. Very good plan. So, if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Tataru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Sexegumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Wait, who made him the fucking boss? To review, Lise, Aklon, and I will meet with Gyodo as planned. Alphinaud will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Gyodo attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Sexegumi, we will evade them with Alphinaud's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course. These precautions will be for naught if Gyodi does not play us for fools. But we shall see. To the bridge. Don't listen to kids. Lise could subdue me anytime. Oh yeah. So who in chat would absolutely love to be interrogated by Lise? Alright. What do you mean you don't like rocks? What's rocks got to do with it? Ithna, how you doing, bro? But I'd love to do the interrogating. Oh, you bastard. What a kink. What a fucking kink. She can sit on my face all day. Oh, shit. There we go. This is getting spicy. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Aklon. Something smells fishy. Alright, here we go. Lamppost, yeah. I'm constantly running past that lamppost thing. I should just have not fucking corrected right at the end. If I did not correct in that final moment, I would have made it onto that goddamn lamppost.
He's late.
He's late. She's always angry. Why are you always angry?
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
I was spot on with that, boys. I don't know why, but I was pretty sure that's what he would sound like. Finally, something matches what I thought they would sound like. Take long to reclimb it at your leisure, now that you know the path. The path was not the problem. As I said before, landing is the problem. The jumping I can do, the landing is a fucking issue.
Enough. Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
This ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another.
Then why the hell are we here?
To me. These ones are for Doma.
Oh, here we go.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Yep. Here we go. Time to crack some skulls.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
What a fun... Oh, punch him, please. Oh, shit.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Oh, she did not give a fuck. Alright. I guess we're fighting now. Yeah, just lights out, easy. Come on, bastards. Wait, really? We're gonna... Oh my god, come on. I should have done 4 there. Screw it. That was a mess. Skyrim, no witnesses, not even the horse. Dude, I still want to play Skyrim. I've never actually given Skyrim enough of a chance. And I've been saying for a while now, I really want to, like, go at it and see if Skyrim is actually as fun as many people say it is. Oh, shit. The Sexay Gumi has taken notice. As expected, the Sexay Gumi has caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading their patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Use the smoke bombs to evade the patrols. Be warned that attacking the Sexegumi will result in failure. Okay. Lord have mercy. Am I gonna have to sneak my way through this now? Unlike Lisa's character, she gets to show growth. So now... duty actions. Alright, so this is my duty actions. So where do I... Alright. I basically just have to run with... No, I can't run with it. Oh, crap. What? Wait, what? Dude, how am I supposed to... Oh, I can't run with them. Oh my god. Dude, how? Okay, so it decides where I'm allowed to go and where I'm not allowed to go. We can either go behind his back or try to go up a different path. Oh, Lord. Jesus, there's so many of them. This is the easiest place to go. Yeah, we'll be able to skip quite a bit here. Man, I'm almost running out of smoke bombs. Okay, that guy is gonna do... Oh, for fuck's sake. Please move. No? Can you not, like, could you not, please? Where am I supposed to go again? No, mother cunt. I don't even know where I'm actually supposed to go, but I think it's somewhere here. Oh, shit. Lots of them there. Wait, what? Come with me. I will guide you to your friends. First, a talking fish, and now a tortoise? Oh, shit. Wait, is this Ninja Turtles? Holy crap, here we go. Now I'm going back again? Oh, shit. Thank the 12 you made it. Alright. Everything is going to be alright. Trust me. Cool, bro. It's the Ninja Turtles. Oh my god.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Yes, we've got you. No, they're Ninja Turtles. You can see it's a Ninja Turtle. What are you talking about?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. 1, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
A brutish woman.
4 foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
Well, screw you. Fuck you. I don't care. I'm pretty sure we could fight these guys and kill them. Let's make this city our bitch.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
Sekisei Gumi. Okay, so it's not Sekisei Gumi, it's Sekisei Gumi.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
That's what the point. The point was to return with a guest. Wow, she does not even put him down, like,
Our
nicely.
meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
But how are we going to be...
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
How are we going to get past the Sekisei
we might not
Gumi
have gotten away.
for the rest of our trip here?
'Twas my pleasure.
Soroban.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisei Gumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure.
Of course not.
I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
Wait, who was banned?
An opportunity.
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Yeah, the Lord Dorito does business with everyone.
Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in
I haven't even focused on that
company
painting here.
does not discriminate.
His
We
hands
would be
fascinate me.
honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir.
Is that not a mask? Maybe that's why his mouth isn't moving?
Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well,
Yeah, it looks like a mask.
far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to fight the
And you
Confederacy.
mine.
Where do you get that mask? Thick pudding? Wait, you... What the hell is on your head? Wind up... No, oh my lord. Alright. This is weird. But alright. Think you can buy on the gear shops in Kugani? The Stormblood reputation quests? I thought as much. There's pretty much something for everything in this game. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna leave it there. Hopefully tomorrow we can make it to Doma. We should also be able to play a lot more tomorrow. Today we had like a shit ton of videos that we had to react to. We shouldn't have that much tomorrow. So when it comes up, you start the 4 Lords storyline from Soroban. It is a must-do for Shadowbringers. Well, I will do all of them, by the way. But we'll continue the Stormblood story tomorrow. It is currently 22-1 in South Africa, or 25-1 in South Africa in the morning. By the way, I still haven't eaten, so I would like to do that, and then also go to bed at a generally reasonable hour. Hungry Harry, yes. Sadly, we've already been up for like 6.5 hours on stream. But we'll be back tomorrow, which is just around the corner, really. So hope to see all of you back here. Same time, same place. Mighty Random, thanks for the 30 bits, dude. Really appreciate that.
Every side trial quest starts on the X.2 patch, so you have time to reach it still.
Well, thank you very much, Mighty Random. I'll definitely keep an eye on it, but I'll do the side quests as soon as we get there, and you guys will tell me which side quests I need to do before we go to Shadowbringers. I am hitting the gym tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is leg day. Squats and fucking everything else. So tomorrow is going to be quite rough. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for chilling. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, right here on Twitch. So please come say hello if you see me coming live. And if you're busy tomorrow, that's fine. Hopefully I see you later, next week or whenever. We'll continue the Stormblood story. As I said, we'll probably get at least 4 hours tomorrow for stream, for Stormblood specifically. 2 hours just chatting, for 4 to 5 hours of Stormblood. I really appreciate all of you. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.